The stardate is 56192.1. The USS Kismet and Maxwell Planck have arrived at DSE. In system, House Sukita's expeditionary squadron is still present, although Admiral Haggard has left the system with the Argo. Upon arrival, little seems troubled on the station. However, the senior staff arrive with the comfort of being at their squadron headquarters, but with the certain knowledge that the squadron is soon to be dismantled and the futures of all the officers hang ahead of them. We cut to a certain corridor aboard the Deep Space Aricania. And it is a busy enough place. No screaming red alarms or even amber alarms, just a station working away. The captain is still aboard the Kismet, attending to other matters, and the doctor's attending to some personal arrangements. But the four of you step aboard.
The main question is, has my ship returned?
Your ship is still on picket duty at the moment at
Dusk Machine.
Dusk Machine.
Oh. So we're back at the station?
Yep.
Did I
You
get
just stepped
anything
out. You
of
just
the
stepped.
dude?
You could head there right now if you want. You just kind of stepped off to make as you're kind of you have to do that head of security thing of making sure certain people were leaving with you as some of your crew mates kind of start coming out and they fan around the senior officers and head their different ways.
Okay.
It's basically the next day. Like you had that meeting around the from last episode around the end of the day, so you kind of, by the time you got to DSE, it was the next day anyway. You could have him. You could have them interrogated at on board the Kismet where they were being held, or you can have them transferred to DSE.
Yeah, we'll put them on DSE.
Okay.
I was just like, did that already happen? And we skipped past or no? That was a lot of trying to question there. I can still get to that.
Control security difficulty 2, assisted by.
If I put them on DSE, I make them rights problem.
Plus security.
If I put them on DSE, I make them rights problem.
Yeah.
To an extent. It's still my problem because she's in the squadron.
So give me a control security roll. She will be assisting you with this role because she's helping on the other side of the problem. This is basically to make sure the transfer goes over smoothly.
Chain of command.
Yep.
We're following that to get this done. Not just overstepping her. Have a threat.
Sure.
Station.
Station is communication security.
Yeah, I've just done it.
Okay, sorry. Control security. Plus one more.
Hey.
So the transfer goes very smoothly. Like it's the sort of thing where you made the order, and then as you're stepping, you get a little. You don't even get a comm badge beep. You get like your pad beeps at you to alert you that Wright's security officer talked to your second security officer, and they both made sure it happened.
Yeah.
You're high enough rank that you don't personally attend. You don't have to personally attend to the matter. You just have to make sure the right people are doing the job.
And I'm fine with him not seeing me till I'm interrogating him.
Yep.
Oh, her. Actually, it was the right look-alike.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to check in with Wright, see if anything needs looking over. And if anyone needs me, I will be in the diplomatic suites going over crew records.
Ask her if she has any evil twins while you're at it.
Sure, why not?
I believe
Wait, I thought that only happened on the Enterprise.
Very well, Myth. If you want to get a room set up, I'll come meet you there.
Will do, Captain.
And I'll head off to see Commander Wright.
Okay.
And I'll head to the brig.
I am not sure where I'm heading.
Familiarization with other engineering systems.
You could check with your superior.
Well, I will look to like Arlen first. I won't just walk off, but Cliff Harlan looks to be like, hey, I need something. Sure. I'm an attentive captain sometimes.
You are his captain. That's not my problem. Yet.
So, any duties that needs to be done while we're in dock, or
Continuation of any standing research projects under your department. Inform me at our staff briefing at 0700 of any new proposals that have come in. Try to gather any from the crew in your department again. Other than that, we have no standing objectives for the ship. Yep, we can't do those while we're in dock.
I mean, we can. It'll just be extraordinarily dangerous.
If there are any finalizations to be made before live fire testing of the piezoelectric generation on board Maxwell Planck, you should finalize those, as I am not certain when exactly we'll be doing live fire testing, so it'll be good to be ready.
Very well. I shall continue on that project and possibly get started on any other projects that come across the table.
Very good, Lieutenant. Dismissed. And I'll head over up towards the diplomatic suites.
And I suppose I'm going back to the Maxwell Planck to finalize the hull design.
New scene as we cut to the engineering bay of the Maxwell Planck. You're up here. I can't find the thing I'm looking for. So you step onto the engineering deck. You see a science officer working away at something or some project or another. You're gonna go to. You could go to your office to start setting these things up, or you can start heading into one of the workshops to set things up. Although the big issue you have right now, to finish off the last few segments of work for the drill, it just like all of it's built and put into place. The big issue right now is getting arranging for it to be shot at in a controlled manner. You could, in theory, do smaller. Try to get like a bit of hull and have it shot at, so a live fire test inside. But that does involve, if you want it to be any at all worthwhile, you'll need it to be probably a Type 3 phaser or more powerful. So like a phaser drill to really see how it responds.
Do we have a phaser drill on board?
It would take 2 opportunity costs to have it pulled out of storage and set up somewhere, because it's a big thing. It's the sort of thing you have to wheel around on a grav sled.
Okay. I think doing a small all fire test before we go full scale will help, because that would it help figure out any immediate kinks in the system. So let's set up a test fire with a phaser drill from the inside of the ship.
Okay. Do you wish to use your choice of any of these working rooms, basically workshops?
Yep, I'll just pick a workshop, one that's not occupied.
Okay, so we'll grab this one. Are you going to pull in any additional assistance, or are you going to just do the test on your own? Because it is something you could do by yourself.
I could do it by myself, but I would like engineer, and definitely want to talk to chief of security of the say, hey, I'm going to do this really stupid thing. Let's make sure, or it doesn't go as stupid as it could. So whoever chief of security is for the plank, and
Isn't that Lieutenant Max?
That's Lieutenant Max.
Yes, it's goddamn Max.
I like my.
He's a puppy. He's a puppy with a phaser.
Who else is attending? Is being called in for the test, or requested to be on the test? Because most of the people you're going to ask for help for outrank you. So Max and
yeah, I'm looking through the.
Maybe I'm looking at focuses on engineers who we have who would be in the area.
Yeah, I'm not immediately familiar with the engineers.
Honestly, you might want to ask Kavada to come in because she has like structural integrity fields as a focus.
That might be good. Make sure that we're not compromising structural integrity.
Yeah, as well. She has a lot of defensive things like structural integrity, deflector systems.
And she's another
I will-
Bolian.
She is another Bolian.
There's also another Bolian.
She is also the Lord Engineer.
I'll get.
and she's the
Kavada.
senior engineer of the squadron.
This is true.
I will. Okay, so she sounds like someone whose expertise I would like to request.
Is that everyone? I just want to make sure so I don't cut you off from aid. I'll note that you'll have the assist. You can use the advantage of being the head engineer because presumably there's other people who you're not the one pushing the damn thing down a hallway. You have ensigns and crewmen doing that. You're the chief of engineering. You don't have to do that stuff anymore unless you really like doing it for some reason. Which man,
I mean, I do like doing it, but it's also nice to have the opportunity of not having to do it.
yeah.
Like, you know what? I just threw at my shoulder today, so you three, you lug this down the hallway.
Just mind the shoulder cracks. The fleet captain doesn't appreciate them. So yeah, Lieutenant Max will step in, all smiles. Hello, Lieutenant Arlen. I haven't had a chance to see you since your orientation. How are you finding the ship?
I find her well. She's a fine vessel. Lots of interesting nooks and crannies to get lost in.
Just make sure when you go into the right cranny or the right nook, you're not messing up someone else's experiment. Fistfights start over that, and I'd rather not have to break those up. Unless that's part of the experiment, then go ahead, I guess.
Experiment to see how angry I can make my fellow engineers.
Well, I heard of one guy who tried to put in like little nanites inside his chin, but he had them shut off for safety. But apparently, when you punch a jaw and break it, that kind of makes the nanites fuse. So they discovered a way to fuse jaws together quickly, unintentionally. They needed help of medical after that. Vada, hello, Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, Lieutenant.
I didn't break anything this time. It seems our newly minted chief engineer here is requisitioned a phaser drill. That is to say,
Yes.
a phaser that drills, not a drill where we test phasers.
Right. That would be
yes.
the requisition part.
Our intention in today is we're going to set up a small scale test of the piezoelectric strut system, and also workshop a name on that.
It is a little bit of a mouthful. I
Sounds
read
like-
over the brief of the situation, but catch me up on any specifics that have happened.
We do have working models fabricated at this point, and they seem to work in a lab. Now we want to step up to maybe a small section of the hull, all plating, and actually feed it into the EPS systems to see how it works on a slightly large scale before we go full scale and retrofit the entire ship. So this way we'll be testing how it handles under semi-realistic phaser fire, and also how it interacts with the EPS system. Make sure that it phases correctly.
What you might want to try to do is we can tune the phaser drills, especially the experimental ones, for various energy types like proton, polaron. We even have the old neutron type particle beams. Just see if it responds to. I mean, energy is energy in a way, but energy is not energy in a way.
Excellent point. We should definitely spread out our test to include various other energy types, but that should be stage 2. At this point, let's focus on seeing how it works with phasers. If everything works well out there, then we can experiment with other energy types. Try to keep.
Don't you
our
mean that's a good
variables-
idea, sir?
That's a good idea, sir.
There you go. I normally won't care, but the other ships are a bit persnickety about that. Especially the Achilles. They're all so. Ugh. It's like they think there's a war on
Got
all
me
the time.
started.
I know.
That'll be a good idea for later, sir. But let's try to keep our variables as few as possible.
Oh, but you can do many variables at the same time in rapid sequence. Fine, we can just use the phaser at regular settings. I just wanted to see green stuff splatter against hull. It's fun. Ooh, here it comes. And you can see someone wheeling it in, and Mac just lights up seeing the phaser drill because he never gets to use it. Except in tests. He's the sort of guy during away missions goes, we could beam down the phaser drill. It would hit harder than anything. No, that's like wheeling around a cannon all the time. Also very impractical.
Note to self: phaser
Unless you're Soren.
cannon.
All right, so you have a test ahead of you. So you are going to be firing. You take this big drill. The thing's huge. It dominates a good chunk of the room. You have a panel of a hull, not literally pulled off the hull, but like something you have from storage.
A spare bit of hull.
Max suggests that you turn on the level 10 force field for the entire workshop in case it happens to drill through the thing for some reason or bounce or anything like that, and they don't just blow a hole through the room, because the drills can do that if an accident happens.
Yep, good precaution. Also precaution, we activate the drill remotely, so we're not in the same room as the thing.
Aw, okay, fine. It's your test. He looks at the controls of the cannon and sighs.
Once we're sure that it's not going to bounce off anything, and we can activate it by hand.
I don't know. I'm pretty good at ducking.
A phaser
Faster than a
beam
phaser
is
beam?
wider than your head, Lieutenant.
You're right, sir. Let's set up those force fields. Tap, tap, tap. Right now, Max is attempting a difficulty 2 task. I don't think he has any support character numbers. Or does he?
He does.
He does, so he can actually roll. He is rolling control plus security difficulty 2 to turn on the to set up the force fields.
Right. That, I guess.
And the ship helps with structure plus security.
All right. I mean, this feels like an experimental tactical system.
The force fields wouldn't be. That's standard issue stuff.
All right.
Unless he's randomly experimenting without telling Arlen, which he might do that, but that increases complication by 2.
Please don't. Again, as few variables as possible.
Look, the force field comes in rainbow colors. Why'd you do that? Thought it looked cool.
Let's see if my new shields will work as well.
Spend 1 momentum to give him a 3rd die.
2 for 1.
On one hand, On one hand, I like the ingenuity. On the second hand, the scientist in me is screaming, "No, please don't."
And then
Structure
ship.
security.
Yep.
I have a ship.
Cool.
There you go. The force field turns on. Although he makes sure that you all leave because he sets it so you can step out and you hear noise come behind you as it comes into place. You can actually hear it crackling because level 10 is basically what shields you'd have on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this.
All right, remote camera setup, and the rig is set up on the hull plating, and also to some sort of power gauge, so we can see what wattage we're getting. Or amperage.
Control plus engineering, difficulty 2. Assisted by structure plus engineering.
I could do that. Tinkering focus? Or Starfleet protocols? Protocols for doing a live fire test like this.
Protocols I'd take, totally.
Alright, take a threat. Rolling 3. And then structure NG.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
No.
Probably just squash that.
Yeah, just squash. I don't think Born or Warp Core works on my stuff, does it? On
Any complication?
Any complication? All right, let's
Any
try
complication
Born
happens
or
to
Warp
your roll.
Core.
Yep.
Hey, it worked.
can have
Complication
those-
is ignored.
Yep, you can have those 2 moments back.
But I can't do it again for the remainder of the scene.
Pretty good.
Still pretty good.
All right. Remote cameras are active. Shield is stable. All right, we're ready to shoot when you are. Unless you have any other safety measures you want to throw in. Chainmail over the hull. Pillows.
You go for a pillow.
Maybe evacuate the section just behind the drill, just in case it like barrels through.
Oh, I made it point this way into the hall. I'll set up a force field just around that junction, and that should. There we go. You hear a noise happen over that way. The only way it's hitting the next corridor. I mean, we could clear out the secondary engine room and shield that way, but we'll have to draw more power off the ship to do it.
I don't think that's necessary. Let's just make sure that nothing valuable is in range of the drill besides our little experiment. Vada, sir, do you have any other safety suggestions before we commence firing?
Not really. I'm more here to make sure nothing goes wrong after this thing gets fired.
What could possibly go wrong, Lieutenant Commander?
Well, we don't know yet. That's why we're testing it.
I know, isn't that fun?
It is.
It's gonna make such a loud noise.
Lieutenant
You're gonna smell
Max,
ozone. Wait. Oh, what?
Lieutenant
Sorry.
Max, you may fire already.
And whoop, where'd the button go? There it is. And it fires away. And let's pick on you a bit, engineer. Give you something to worry about. 4, 5. Do. Control plus engineering difficulty 5. As the phaser hits the hull, and not only does the hull flex the way it's supposed to, and phase in and out of existence a little bit to kind of help itself be more malleable, but when it flexes back and takes the charge, you actually start having an EPS overload issue. You're actually getting way more power than you thought the test was going to give you, and now you have to manage it before you start blowing out systems and causing plasma
And
fires.
This is why we do small scale L tests. Already. Emergency repairs or EPS systems?
EPS
Let's
systems.
focus. All right.
Seems like a good focus for this test.
Would this count as I know my ship trying to determine the source of a technical problem?
Totally.
All right, so I get 1 bonus D20. Let's get 2 threat and 3 momentum, and for the rest. And let's go.
Good golly. 6, 7. I count
I think you
7
might
there.
have got it. Yeah.
What
Do you want any assistance from? Huh?
What do my bowling and I see?
Well, before we say that, does Vada or do you want Vada or Max to try to build any momentum off that, or are you good with them just observing for now?
Sure, they can build momentum. Extra momentum's always good.
Experimental tactical systems will apply here. Nothing from Max.
Sorry, I forgot to. I don't think any of others will come in yet. One from Vada.
So as you rapidly start, Max just beams at how cool this all is, which very scientific, very helpful. But between the Avada and Arlen, you're able to determine you're able to adjust for the issue very quickly, and you recognize even with this small bit that if you scaled this up, what should happen is that it would. The way the talent would end up being is when you take a breach, gain 2 power for each additional momentum or threat. You gain an additional power. So that's why you got a lot more than you thought you were gonna get, because you thought you were gonna get like 1 power from being a breach. It's like no. This thing flexes and it pops, because phase technology is actually something Starfleet's fairly familiar with, and you're applying that sort of tech and then magnifying it with reactive armor, which is also something Starfleet knows about, but they never got to really work in a way that was useful. And you've kind of found that nice happy middle that you're making, because otherwise all you were doing with regular reactive armor is it bends and it snaps in, which is great for kinetic weapons, terrible for energy, because you're getting nothing out of it. All you're doing is making your hull more complicated for nothing. Whereas you're actually making it work and do something. And not only that, but without having to do the large scale tests, you are certain that you could have this installed as a time. Like it's you will want to do it at some point as part of a shakedown cruise, but you don't think you need the full test. You have the data you need that proves the concept, that proves that it works the way it does, and what the safety measures would have to do. So I will say as well that it is a talent a ship would have to take to have that ability, because they have to fit all across the hull and make it permanent, and they're also putting in the EPS fail systems, so you don't have an overload and cause a plasma fire. Because if you just slap it on any old ship, like any old ship could do it for 2 and 2 if they really wanted to. They shouldn't, because if they do, for each power they gain, they'd roll a challenge die. If they get an effect, someone's injured, because you're going to cause plasma fires all across the ship. It's like, you can't do it if you're desperate.
Or we could plug the armor into a photonic cannon and just channel the extra energy into a punch back. But that seems like extra steps.
Yeah.
I mean, you still got to get the power there, and if you get too much of a surge of power, it's still going to probably be an issue.
So, yeah, much Hootland, Harling, and celebrations, celebratory high fives if any of the officers accept them.
Oh yeah, Max totally will. He's totally jazzed about this. He loves this idea.
Yes.
Vada's not too up on our high horse right now.
You know what we should probably try to do next? What if? Now this involves shooting ourselves to make ourselves hit harder. But stay with me; it'll make sense in a second. So if we took something like this, not like the drill, but like a phaser ship on the inside of the ship, probably somewhere we don't care about, like a cargo bay or something. We fire it at a bit of like a power generation panel, and then we could use that to create a sort of a phaser pulse or wave that could radiate away from the ship. The only problem I have with that is that one, I think this system of yours could do it. I always wanted to find a way to generate that much power because I always wanted to do a phaser pulse or a phaser wave off a ship. But usually, what that does is it basically drains the batteries dry. We'd fire once and we'd have no power. But this, we could, in theory, create our own power and then magnify it to create a larger pulse or a wave. Nothing long term, but enough that, and we'll probably burn out our power panels every so often, which means we have to find out a power panel that will blow up the minute we shoot it.
If you can and build up a Nadion pulse in the deflector, you might be able to get the same effect, but then you run into the same issue of possibly burning out critical components.
We could put a shield over the deflector dish. Well, we couldn't put it over the dish because then it makes it useless. Yeah.
Workshop the idea, and if it looks good enough, I'll sponsor it at the next senior staff meeting.
Thanks, Commander.
All right, these are good preliminary results. You didn't blow up the ship, and it looks promising. Good job.
Yeah, we didn't blow up the ship. And Max kind of stands purposely and doesn't covering his panel and doesn't move for a bit for some reason. Smoke rises behind him.
Max,
Everything's fine.
Listen, Max, sir, is everything okay?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Lieutenant Junior. Just could you could you check the warp core real quick? I think it's overheating. You might want to look at that.
Sure. Let me just use that panel right behind you.
I'm afraid I'll have to insist, there, Arlen. Just over there. Just go down that way and have a look.
Vada is like cackling, but quietly.
I mean, if you want, we can go through some security drills. You know, run some laps around the ship if you really want to argue about it.
What happened to that panel, Lieutenant?
Presence plus command difficulty 2. He doesn't want to tell you because it makes him look bad.
Not my best stats, but let's
also making an enemy of Max, the happy puppy of the ship.
How dare you?
Starfleet protocols. Hey, maybe report broken components to the chief engineer.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'm gonna diff 2 3 threat. Have some fun with that.
Sure.
Nope. Ah. And I don't have my ability back.
Do you wish to quash it, or are you gonna let it sit?
Sure, let's quash it.
Okay. And Max steps aside, and you notice that Max's panel's burned out. And there's a half second of panic where you're like, oh god, maybe that had to do with the test. And then it occurs to you that Max probably, as Max does, was very excited and tried to do a test real quick of his own. Because you've heard the rumor about him doing stuff like that. And he probably just fried his own panel. It's not permanent. He didn't hurt himself, but that panel needs to be replaced. And you get the obvious feeling of he didn't want to admit to a lieutenant junior that he burned a panel out. Like, that's a thing you do at the academy. You don't do that as a serving officer.
I just facepalm.
Oh, you might want to fix that. It's fried.
No idea how that
Uh,
could have happened.
No,
Seems highly
no.
irregular.
Yeah.
Might want to look into your supply chain there, Lieutenant. You might have a faulty component.
I'll be on the bridge. You get on that. Way Max goes.
So he does do this often? I look up
All
Ada.
the time. All the time. The good thing he's on this ship.
And new scene on that particular crack. Going up the line, we'll go to the brig.
Oh boy.
Eventually, I'll find your token in the near future. There you
Yep.
are.
No, we're in the far future.
So this is brig is close to the security center, correct?
Generally, yeah.
Generally. And we've got the person in custody, and we've got scans and blah 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 of them, right?
You can give me reason security difficulty 2 to see if there's any preliminary investigations that have already happened.
Yeah. Essentially, what before we step in there, what do we know about person? Reason security. Chain of command. That
I
wouldn't
would
have been
have to
done by me.
I'll have to say no at this point.
Okay. Guerrilla warfare, if anything's being hidden via misinformation?
No, surprisingly.
No. Okay.
Not one of our midnight. Right now. Got it.
Go away. That's not what I was getting at with you. Shoo. If 2 you said?
Yeah.
Give you a threat.
Sure.
So this isn't misinformation?
Oh, look at that. I still got a...
Apparently not, but maybe that's what misinformation wants you to think.
I do like that I still got a double in that. Oh, was it 2 or 3? Forget.
2. The person in question is in fact an Andorian. Their biometrics now no longer falsified, and trusting their biometric data rather than and rechecking it against the false data in the computers. You're able to basically you're checking their biometric ID versus memory alpha all the way back in the core systems rather than what's aboard the ship. Takes a little longer. Usually you don't bother unless you think your computers are being messed with. So you're like, hey, master computer, a quick check. Is my information right? It's like, huh? No, it isn't. that person isn't Strala, right? This is Thonis Shisharo. This person is actually a resident of the Angel system near Deep Space 5. So they are a Federation citizen. Although, and you also note in their and a quick check in any distinguishing marks is that they are the picture shows them with their antenna, with regular white hair, female, civilian, works on various systems. Although specifically, she has been convicted of attacks for hire or assault for hire type work. She's
Mercenary type.
a mercenary, a Federation mercenary, which is wow, it's kind of surprising, especially for a Coreward citizen. But this person just chose that route. They've managed to not cross the line to require decades of rehab, but they've seen different rehab centers across the Federation in their life.
They haven't crossed the line until now.
This person never kills their targets. They've always stunned them and then kidnapped them, which is serious. But once you cross the killing line, it's like, no, Federation locks you up for a very long time.
Yeah. But that FX was a very high-profile person to go after for that.
Oh yeah, and actually she's the highest ranked person she's ever that Thony's ever gone for. They've always gone for. They may have gone for like a mayor or a director at some research facility or some corporate officer, but never a Starfleet member. Never anyone of the Federation government. Like so, this is a high-profile attack.
Okay. Well, yeah. With that, knowledge. Let's go on in. That's something to start with.
You see Thony in there, no antenna. The hair has been changed back into all white. Still short cut in the same style that the more earth bob cut that Wright likes to have, because she's from Luna, so she's used to that hairstyle. And Andorian women tend to have their hair a little just a style thing.
Yeah, more practical.
Yeah. But yeah, no, and they're just sitting in there. You know, so some prisoners, when they tend to be held in like that, unless they're super tired, they tend to pace around a little bit, especially when someone walks in. This person is specifically staying in their seat, and according to the record, this person doesn't move around that much, which medical would tell you that's because the antenna are part of their ability to keep their balance. It's like losing part of your inner ear. You can operate, but it is incredibly disorienting for an Andorian to not have their antenna. She had them removed because Wright is half Andorian. She doesn't have the antenna.
Oh,
she has like little.
They will grow back for her.
Yep, they'll regenerate eventually.
Yeah. Okay, well, Ensign, if you can lower the force field and let me in, naturally raise it behind me.
Aye, sir. It goes down, comes back up. The prisoner makes no effort to rush towards the thing. They probably wouldn't get across the floor before going up.
Yep. You know, very much just in there. His hands are, well, he's got a pad, but that's just normal. Other hand is free, not on his phaser, not, you know, it's not busy, but it's not on the phaser yet. It's far to quickly draw it. Thony Shisharo, correct?
That's correct.
You've got quite an interesting track record.
Thank you.
So I'm assuming you know how this will generally go, correct?
Uh-huh.
What
do you want to know, Fleeter?
Who hired you?
Give me presence plus security, difficulty 1. They're giving you some resistance.
Yeah. I was like, they've got a track record and they keep getting out, so I'm pretty sure this is what happens. Lead by example for being the one that's in here in person, or would that only work on my own guys?
That'll only work on your guys.
Yeah.
You're not part of Thony's crew.
Yeah. I don't have a focus for imposing, but I'll give you a threat. I had clicked yes, never mind. One of those is still a 2 though. That's 4 successes, not 5. I don't know. Does that make us float, Pend? Yeah, it does. Wow.
Makes us float, but it doesn't make us fly.
Nah.
Mm.
I was hired by Mistress Alias.
Is that a name
And
that
she
rings
looks
a bell?
up at you.
Mistress Alias, organization, relation.
Well, Alias is, or Mistress Alias is a
Alias.
handler, a fixer.
Hmm.
I don't know their actual name. That's what they go by. They hooked me up with work. They said I was going to get enough. I was going to get my own starship if I achieved my job. Which, what's for that? 1 moment, please.
I'm assuming that's you, not them. The amusement of 1 moment, please. From
I think that's the safest option.
yeah. It would be funny though. Just 1 moment, please. Let me regather my thoughts while you're questioning me. Is amusing.
Hey, just be glad we've only got 2 float this session compared to last night when we had
Jesus
God knows
Christ.
how much.
It's like, hi,
Oh,
we've got
yeah.
6 float from the one roll, and we're like, I don't know what to do with all of this.
We had 10 float technically from one roll. We miscounted,
Yeah.
and I said we had 8, but there was 2 extra that didn't get counted in there.
I kept forgetting the suit existed too. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of float.
It was.
But on the flip side, Corbinian also doesn't have 40 goddamn threat to spend.
Yeah.
Yet I can change
It's a much
that.
just lower resource game. It's
I
it's
can
so chill
definitely-
related to Monday.
I can definitely change that. I can give them more threat.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Like
yeah.
we could. But it's not the default state.
No,
We can get there.
it's fun to get there.
It is.
I was like, Mistress Alias, and I'm sitting there like, God damn it. That's like not even trying levels of Alias at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I have returned.
Hi.
So what was I talking about again?
They're your
Uh,
handler.
Yes. And they were gonna give me enough money to buy a starship. I remember now. Yes. All right.
Mhm.
So, as for who hired them, couldn't really tell you. It's not in my business to ask that sort of question. But I'm willing to take a plea deal to work with intelligence to try to find out, or security, whichever.
That's pretty sure that's them implying they know more than they're letting on, right? By that, this little slip up.
It's not a slip up. It's a straight up a deal.
I mean, Varder's not obviously intelligence, is he?
You're wearing orange,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter. You're wearing gold rather, so
Yeah.
you both wear the same color.
Well, they can wear black.
They can. Yep, they have that option if they want to highlight themselves.
Same way that medical can wear kind of like a greenish color.
Mhm.
Yep.
And exactly what do you think you'll be able to achieve through this from your own end in terms of a cooperation with Starfleet?
Well, with appropriate resources and support, I can launch a counter mission against Mistress Alias and get information out of her about who was paying her off, because she needs to know who's paying her. And my understanding of most fixers is that although people like me don't generally look too deeply into who we're working for, the kind of people who arrange big shots like this, they like to have their own insurance. So my insurance is making sure to be extra cooperative with the people with the Type 2 phasers.
I'm sure that's a rather healthy life choice.
Still alive, aren't I? Oh, I should have shaken my head so hard. Ow.
He will tap at his pad for a second and extend that towards them. You'll be working under me, Lieutenant Commander Varder, as an intelligence asset.
For 2 momentum, you can have the advantage set up.
We
Is that
have
the
2
float
float.
from the roll, or
Huh?
is that the 2 float from the roll that got this, or no?
Yep.
Sweet. Yep.
As you very quickly have like a plea deal document already
Mhm.
printed out and ready to go.
Which is the kind of thing of, we know who they are, they're a Federation citizen, they go back on it, we can really hit them hard.
Yeah, and you're starting to realize why this person keeps getting such light sentences all the time, because
Mhm.
it's like, oh, no, I'll work with you guys. It's like, okay.
Judging by, well, this performance, you're well familiar with what happens next, and all that we'll need to go through.
Yep, I'll. Well, it depends how you want to run this. I've never worked with you before, but generally, if you're strapped, I'll need to get my own freighter, so I'll need some a bit of seed money to get me where I'm going, or a shuttle if you want to do that. Or if you really want me to get there quickly, I'll need a ship, like a proper ship, starship, to get me all the way back. Or maybe not all the way back. That may be going out of the. I might have to go all the way back to the core. I might be able to go somewhere where the syndicate's roaming around and ask them to get me there the rest of the way, which will need seed money. So depends how you want to mix it.
That's
I mean, I
not,
can do it on my own dime, but
no,
it's
the
faster if
syndicate
you
has-
do it on yours.
Do I know where the Andy is? And if that's actually available, along with the spy team.
Insight plus command,
We've got an
or
intelligence chip, technically.
it's insight plus command difficulty 2 to see if you happen to know at the moment.
Chain of command. That is.
Yep.
That is exactly my chain of command. I should be aware of where that is. I'll give you a momentum for this one. Oh well. I don't have a reroll for command, but that is a pass.
Actually, what I'll do is I'll grab these. Yeah, you remember that it's last known. They were basically held in New London until the investigation was done. So they left there. You didn't really have a standing assignment for them, but you know that the Yandy's general standing order is just continue with trade, but don't move too far away from your last known, so you can find them quickly without
Mhm.
giving them away. So you know they're somewhere in the New London sector. They wouldn't. The Yandy wouldn't have left the sector if they didn't have to.
Yeah.
Which it's the core of the Federation. There's no real reason for them to leave. It's a
And-
very safe sector.
Downside, that's quite a distance away, and it'll take the Andy quite a while to get here.
Yeah.
We do have. Where is our list of everything we have? I've got it somewhere. You? Aha, here it is. Okay.
I mean, honestly, you still have access to squadron resources. A squadron can probably spare, a shuttle out of storage.
That is very, very obvious. I'm trying to go for a civilian ship that looks. We've got the Bellatrix.
You do, yep. And you know that they basically be going SBA, DSE back and forth. Like that's the
Yep.
regular route.
I will arrange you passage through the SS Bellatrix.
Good, works for me. Warship, Defiant. Is it
Civilian cargo freighter.
nuts. All right.
I'm not giving you a warship or putting you on one. That draws too much attention.
Well, orbital bombardment tends to make people very quiet.
The Cardassians thought that it didn't work out too well for them.
Well, all right then. Can I have a Type 2? Not necessarily one of your Starfleet issue ones. Probably better to have some other, I don't know, a Cardi one or a Frankie one. Not when I'm on the station. Once I've already left, I'm going to need it to defend myself when I get off wherever I'm going.
Jesus, sorry, someone is being loud again. I can arrange for you to be issued one or to acquire one on the Bellatrix. Would you need intelligence personnel in the general area? Someone that could potentially act as backup.
I'd appreciate it. It makes my life easier. Means I can get out of. Means I can get in and out without worrying about having to shoot my way out. And I imagine you don't want to sponsor me shooting people.
Correct.
That's what I thought.
I will get the various paperwork that I need to do for this done. You will stay here until the Bellatrix arrives. You draw less attention if you're just wandering around the station, or then just wandering around the station.
Yeah. Besides, they tap their head. Need that to come back. So, lying still tends to be good for that. Ugh.
Has a doctor looked at that, or is it just something that we can't help?
No, your doctor's looked at it. There's a way to speed it up, but if we're not in a rush, just better to let it grow. It's fine. I've done it before. There are some drugs that make it go super fast, but I get the feeling you're not going to let me use unlicensed growth hormones. So,
No.
yeah, I thought not.
Well then,
They only use a little bit of augment technology. It's fine.
the less you say, the better for you in this case.
Couldn't prove it if you wanted to. Or I've already been charged for it, likely. But anyway.
And the last person who said couldn't prove it if you wanted to did regret that. That's not a threat. That's just what happened. And
I mean, if you want to go into the unlicensed augment medical trade busting, I can help you with that too, I guess, if you're really all that personal about it. Didn't know Bajorn's cared about that sort of thing.
No, but I am a Starfleet security officer. Little hand signal to the officer behind the control panel.
Buzz.
Steps back.
Buzz.
You'll know pretty quickly when the Bellatrix is here and everything is sorted for you. You'll meet the assigned intelligence personnel beforehand, as in before you board Bellatrix.
Good. Gives a thumbs up. And they kind of lay down on the bed and kind of put the hand to their head, like, oh.
He'll just leave. At this point, there's not much else to do.
Give me, as part of this setup, control plus security. Base difficulty 2 to set up the advantage. If you want to set up a higher quality advantage for the mission that you're sending them on, you can increase the diff from there.
Sure. I'll go with
ships, and you'd have the squadron's influence plus your rep to assist you.
So I think that would make it a 15 or a 16.
Something like
Oh,
that.
sorry. I got it wrong. It's might plus rep because you're using your physical people resources.
Well,
Yeah.
so that's a 12 plus your reputation, which is a 5, I believe.
Yep.
So that's a 17.
Yeah.
Nice. That's my highest roll. Okay.
The benefits of having a mighty squadron. There's
Yeah.
tons of personnel. It's like, do I have an intelligence officer? Just check on the station or any of the 3 starships we have.
Yep.
Or our allies, We'll get a Quaqua intelligence guy to help us out, just to help them maintain their cover.
Yeah.
Liar might show up just for giggles.
A Klingon shows up. It's like, what? Well, the Fixer might know something about Klingons that have been running. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've definitely got contacts with them. No. Okay. So, we will go for Diff 5. Actually, on the note of pulling a Klingon intelligence officer, ally of House Telpark trait.
Yes, complication goes up by 1.
Okay.
Because you're involving an outside intelligence agency.
I am.
And they operate on different rules of engagement than Starfleet does.
They do, but they'll be in Federation space. Which changes things a little bit.
Yeah, hence the complication.
We've got more play by that one, yeah.
Yeah. That's why if you happen to roll a complication and you let it sit, it's like, oh, they're coming along. Yeah, sure. Stab. Don't.
Yeah.
Why'd you stab the prisoner? That's what you do, right? No. Oh, I thought you did.
Chain of command focus.
Yep.
We will go for... Oh, I've got a magic trick. Right. Damn it, you get 5.
Huzzah.
It's not quite as magical as I thought it would be.
It's as magical as a clown show.
Amazing.
VAR does not like spending momentum.
Okay. I rerolled the complication just to be clear.
And that's a crit as well.
And then there's another... a 17.
Yeah, I've just done it there.
Oh, and then there's the squadron rep is something else. Yeah, that's also a hit. Okay. That was a we hit 7 on that, I think.
Well, I think
why is there
I've just done might plus rep, so I've just done that one for you.
Oh, never mind. And that's the
That's the crit.
personal one then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got 8 hits then. Jesus.
So we gain 3. So that leaves 2 float to.
Set up a quality what?
5.
Quality. Well, no, be 1, 2, 3. Quality 3.
Can I spend the 2 to make it a quality 4?
No.
No. Damn. I don't. What can I spend those on then?
You can learn some very early information, or you can spend 2 of it to create an advantage that it's a lot of progress is being accomplished, independent of your action. Like they're already doing things without you having to do stuff.
Yeah, like maybe someone had an idea of who this person is already.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'll be on in about 10 minutes, but I'm just listening
Alright.
for now.
Roger.
So yeah, we'll spend the 2 that this basically got to access some preliminary stuff, and that'll help everything out.
So that is.
Someone else had done some work.
So you've significant amount of progress is done in that matter. New scene as intelligences. We go to
And he does so ever so intelligently.
a diplomatic suite. Aboard DSE with the Commander Myth.
I am getting here in advance of Penn, but I'm also going to compose a quick letter to the office of Admiral Nia to inquire as to the future of Maxwell Planck after the dissolution of the squadron, basically. Trying to take a fairly calm, like, address this when you have time type deal.
Presence plus command, difficulty 2, assisted by comms command. This is just to see if you can get a somewhat rapid response to your query without pushing your luck. Even if you fail, you'll get a response at some point, just not in a rapid manner.
Yep. All right. Spend 1 for a 3rd die here, just in case, and a focus in Starfleet protocols.
Momentum or threat.
Momentum. Sorry.
What's stretching? Ouch.
Comms command from the station. There we go.
Yep.
Station coming in clutch.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't map that at all. Oops. Okay, yeah. Still didn't do what I was supposed to do. Okay. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, no. You send off a message. You're told by of the Admiral of Ania's office that she will be in touch with you shortly. She's just in the middle of a meeting right now.
Right.
They can get back. They'll get back to you pretty quickly.
Cool. And then I guess while I'm here, I'm going to basically do the thing where you have to go through a lot of information. You're pulling up a lot of different screens, just getting ready to go over all of the personnel of Tiger Squadron with Penn. Setting up the room, basically, for that.
Reason plus command, difficulty 2, assisted by computers plus command.
All right. I accidentally rolled reason last time. Wouldn't have mattered for the results of the roll, but. Can I use Starfleet protocols again here? My thinking would be like, because we're doing we're trying to make sure that everything is in order for the dissolution of the squadron eventually.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that.
I'll spend another momentum here because we don't have any rerolls. And roll 3. Alright, so that's 1 and 1 right now, and then computer's command. Cool. I'll spend metal to quash that. Just so we can hold on to the momentum. Yeah. So I've got clusters of that one.
You're able to get a very comprehensive personnel review and checking who has transfers, who's done with their tour, what ensigns need what, and so on. Who's qualified for such and such position. And then you hear a chirp coming from the panel where you were kind of waiting for the callback from the admiral.
All right, I'll take a seat and answer the call.
Commander Myth,
Admiral Nia.
I'm told that you wanted to know something about what's happening after your reassignment.
Yes, I didn't have the opportunity to speak with you when we were on station, but I thought after the senior staff meeting where we discussed the potential futures for Tiger Squadron that I should bring up my curiosity as to what your current plans are for the Maxwell Plank.
Well, generally following the chain of command myth, that would be something you would want to discuss with your senior command, your captains, fleet, and standard. I'm not sure why you feel the need to consult me directly.
Because I have been informed that the Tiger Squadron command structure is not going to be in effect for too much longer. Barring any unforeseen issues of crew rotations, I would suspect that I'd still be in command of the Maxwell Plank, and then I would fall back out of the Tiger Squadron command structure and under yours, unless I am missing something, Admiral.
Presence command difficulty 2, just to see if she'll kind of let you get the information a little earlier than you normally would. Because it's not an unreasonable argument. It's the thing she's bringing up is a matter of protocol and ceremony. It's not like a hard and fast. It's not like it's a top secret thing you're asking for. It's just more you want to skip a couple steps in the bureaucracy. Which she's an admiral. You're a commander of a starship. That sometimes you have to do that. Just this is why the bureaucracy of the Federation isn't slow as molasses.
Yep.
But she might not feel like it if you ask her the wrong way. Hence the rule.
That's true.
She's like, I don't feel like helping you. I have other things to do. Bye. I outrank you by way too much. Watch me care.
Presence command. Yeah, I don't think Starfleet protocols would work for this role.
No.
I'm kind of breaking protocol right now. Restrictions, the word. Just checking to see if I want to activate anything beforehand, because it's not a bad roll for me. It's just I don't have anything. Yeah, I'll just spend 1 momentum here for a 3rd die. All right.
Whoopsie.
That is 2.
Right. Do. Yep. And she thinks for a second. She taps at her screen. Well, the intention, Commander, is to frankly, you would be the first long-serving commander of a starship that is also a artificial life form. So I don't mind, and I have no problem with you. Your record speaks for itself. You are a glowing recommendation of an officer. But there are certain members of the council that are concerned with our command choices. So what I was going to do was put you in a rather high pressure, or I've been trying to put your whole ship into high pressure experiments to highlight your strengths. So frankly, I was going to have you park yourself near SB, near Aegis or near Arcania, and do some high profile tests for a year. Worst case scenario for 4 to 5 years. At that point, we could push you into an independent lab command, either aboard the Maxwell Planck on its own independent research missions, or possible directorships elsewhere in the here at the back at Starfleet headquarters or elsewhere in the Federation. I'll be honest with you, Commander. I wasn't really comfortable picking this up yet. I did want to talk with your seniors about this, but
I appreciate your sharing it with me, Admiral.
yeah.
I am no stranger to the unusual assumptions people make about me, given my origin.
For some reason, everyone thinks I'm supposed to be nice and caring and compassionate. You think after being part of the Federation, they would have gotten used to us. She raises an eyebrow. But you have a very different problem than I do, Commander. But I'm going to do what I can to make sure the deck isn't stacked against you. Because
Thank you, sir.
you're an officer like anyone else. So I think you should get a fair chance.
I appreciate that, Admiral. Well, then I will make sure that my crew is prepared for that mission in less words.
She nods. Admiral out.
And I'm here.
And end of scene there. As we cut up to station operations.
And we cut up station operations. It's in little bits now.
Assuming I can find it. Where'd I put it? I blew it up.
Someone took a
Gone.
tiny knife to it due to the tension.
Where the fudge did it go? Is it in my archive? Blah. Freaking Imgen's in here.
Wow.
I might have to do without it. I have like everything else.
Shit happens.
Planet Andon, for crying out loud. Save 3. Nope. All right then. So I'll just use the spat. Oh, actually. Yeah, I'll use this room. Actually, instead, you will meet up with various command officers. Slowly come in to meet up with Commander Wright, who is you tried looking for at Ops, but they actually tell you that you just missed her. She was on her way down to Deck 3 to one of the planning and strategic operation rooms. Once I can find her token, there she is. Usually it's the room you worry. It's usually the room you guys don't normally have to worry about. That's the thing when people have to actually manage the large scale stuff. Like when you guys say, "Hey, ship so and so and so and so, go here, here, and here in these missions." There's like a bunch of people in here who are doing all the little. Who gets a certain amount of duranium? Who needs an extra bit of dilithium? You know, all the little logistical parts that you need to take into account. The two people who get there is Fleet Captain Grennan, who was elsewhere, who was doing stuff on Kismet. He just had to wrap up some stuff while the ship was docked. And so it's like, well, better check in with the station commander. And it just so happens Captain Penn's coming the other way.
Captain.
Captain.
Fleet captain to you, Penn.
Captain.
Right. Well,
I-
are you going to meet with station commander Wright as well, or?
I am. I was going to get an update of any things that have happened at station before I go to my meeting with Commander Myth.
Well, how serendipitous. I'm doing the same.
Oh, after you.
Thank you. And Grennan opens the door, looks in.
Wright looks over his shoulder. Oh. Fleet Captain? Captain?
Commander.
Commander.
Didn't realize you two had already arrived yet. Sorry about that. She tucks her uniform straight a bit.
It's fine. We've actually been back for a couple hours.
Oh.
I had some business I had to handle on my ship anyway.
It looks like Ensign Smith needs to be told about informing the station commander when VIPs arrive. She looks aside, and you can see the gears are turning about what punishment she's going to do to that poor ensign.
Poor ensign.
Like, I got ambushed by the seniors. I'm supposed to know they're here, guys. So, I imagine, what can I do you for, actually?
Well, we're likely to have some updates for you about the state of affairs in this region. There's some things that haven't been finalized, but needless to say, it looks like Starfleet's going to be ramping down in this region, or at least ramping down to peacetime station keeping.
Oh. So are they just reducing the size of the squadron then, the match, or are they disbanding it?
Looks like more than likely it's going to be disbanded in its entirety.
Oh, that's either a vote of confidence or ignoring bureaucracy. I'm not sure which way to take that. With all due respect, sir.
Right, but don't worry, there still will be ships in the region. It's just there isn't going to be an organized flotilla whose job it is to make sure that nothing happens.
Hmm. Well, on that particular note, I have an update for you, sirs. While you're away, the Admiral and I had an issue for the week. There was an explosion aboard the TBE Maymok, the flagship of House Subgita's fleet. There were some small plasma fires, minor injuries. The short story to all of this is this happened right when there was an honor duel between the old Lore Singer Sasir, and the new Lore Singer, Lore Singer, hold on. She taps at a table. I'm not familiar with the name, so it's a little rough. Bolvar Chio Subgita Pubge, or Lore Singer, etc., etc. A monk. She completed a religious retreat.
Now, I understand that this explosion happened while at DSE, but other than that, and presumably we offered assistance, other than that, this fight sounds like an internal Klingon affair.
If you would allow me to finish the debrief, sir, there's a bit more to it. With your permission, of course.
Grennan looks to Pend and says, Why do I get the feeling I'm not going to like where this is going? Continue.
So during this duel, while the fire was happening, they requested help. We sent help, as you said, sir. And at one point, the Bondar requested leave to submit a flight plan toward Woohoo Space, and it flew away toward their space in rapid order. At the time, there was no particular security risk at the moment. It seemed to be an internal matter. But investigation later showed, as well as personal letters to myself and to Admiral Haggard, apparently it seems that Wolfgang von Wartburg engineered the explosion to rescue Laura Stringer Cecere, as she is a member of the Midnight Watch, and he was worried that she was about to be killed. So he organized the rescue and then ran for it during the confusion. At which point I consulted with myself and Admiral Haggard, worked together to figure out how to manage the situation, since you were still occupied with your problems, sir. Until eventually we came to the that we needed to stall the Klingons for as long as possible, so the Argo could try to capture Wolfgang and the Bondar first before the Klingons do, because the Klingons will put him to trial and then kill him. So I stalled them for a little bit, but I couldn't stall them for very long. Lord Oda is perceptive, and I'm not used to lying to Klingons very well, so he saw through my ruse fairly quickly. Levied some threats, and rather than go to war over this, I basically told him what he needed to know, and didn't go into too much more detail than that, like my own membership with the Watch, since I didn't want to provoke him. So as it stands, the Argo is still in pursuit. The Klingons have told me in as many words that if they expect extradition of Wolfgang once he's captured. And I told them we follow the laws as per, yada yada. But if they find him out there, they're probably going to kill him. So the Admiral said he was going to handle it from here, and to pass on the message once you arrive, to not broadcast it over subspace in case the Klingons are listening in. And there's more good news. We just got a communique from the Achilles that they have been... they've noticed something strange occurring in the Quay system. It seems that they are a new type of Wu battle cruiser. And they have been sort of cooperating with us for peacekeeping purposes, sharing sensor data. But one of their sensor data sets in the binary star system, there's the primary star where the main world is, and there's the secondary. The secondary star sensors just died about an hour ago, which means we can't see the ship. The battle cruiser can see, but we can't because the Achilles is practically a whole star system away. The sensors just aren't that powerful. Now, apparently, the battle cruiser is going to look into it, but they were looking into getting strategic advice as to how they should proceed, either to assist or investigate, or if they should hold their ground. That's why I was down here.
Strategic advice is Penn's wheelhouse, I'd say.
Well, before I give any strategic advice, I'd probably wait to hear the end of the report.
Of course.
Well, what I've looked into so far is that according to what little data we have, the data that we finally got all the way back here, I'm guessing that we're looking at least 3, maybe 4 starship scale craft. They're not broadcasting Woohoo or Federation signals, because we would have known them from their friend or foe subspace transponder, which means that it's probably it's either pirates, or it may be one of the succession factions, either the Wuxo or the Staffy fleet moving through. But I can't confirm that until we get eyes on, or medium to long range sensor scans.
Right.
Well, it may be
These things are-
worth...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It may be worth me asking Commander Myth for a temporary ride to the area and getting a sensor scan that way to find out what's going on.
That might be a good call, Pend. Sounds like I'm still gonna have some fires to put out here, though, Commander.
Sir?
What with Wolfgang's escape and situation with the Klingons?
Oh, I have heard some rumors. I didn't want to put it in the official debrief, but reading between the lines, I'm getting the feeling that I did a quick check of the fighting strength of their squadron. They are missing 3 ships, and they haven't reported in. They haven't rejoined for over 2 weeks. I would guess they sent someone out into deep space, but I haven't heard any traffic coming back from their ships in the last few weeks. I think they may have lost some ships out there, or they're doing deep space assignments. But
From who?
from the Subgitta squadron.
Ah. Gotcha.
They sent out a Ferengi vessel that's currently at Peugeot. We know where they are. Our diplomats have been annoyed with his sale of various goods and services that we were going to be trading with them. She shrugs. He beat us to it, unfortunately. But yeah, the rest of the Klingon squadron, 2 ships in particular are missing. The Dark Spear and the Quilu. I'm not sure who he sent out, and frankly, given the fact that I did step on Lord Odo's toes, I didn't feel it was very wise for me to probe him too much on it. But if I were to guess, it sounds like they send out ships into an expedition party, and they haven't come back for some reason.
And is this Brennan asks, now where is this in relation to us? I know that the sphere of influence of Subgitta's forces is rather broad.
1 second. So,
Which is my way of asking, where is this on the map?
I'll zoom in a little bit. So the red line marks where the the red line marks where you guys have that treaty. So they're supposed to go this way. You guys aren't supposed to go any further than that way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Klingons and company are all basically around here. They're in the Shoshu sector for the most part. But the Ferengi ship has gone in this way. That's where that's also where, and I'll list the Quay system and such in a moment. The expeditionary party that she's worried about went off this way somewhere.
Okay.
So they could be heading all the way to Klingon base and just trying to cut through, but she doesn't know. She doesn't know what their plans were because they didn't tell her. As for the subsector in general, so Shoshu DSE is over here. This is where the Dusk machine is, and the Quay system is right there.
Okay, so Achilles is still at the Dusk machine then.
Yeah, they were in contact. They over extreme range were talking back and forth to them, and then there's something happening in the Quay system. They're just not sure what's going on, and it is neighboring where the Awaxo stars would be. The Staffy are just that way, a few star systems away. She doubts it's the Cooley fleet. That's the Star Admiral's fleet, simply because it's very out of the way, and frankly, why would she need to sneak up on the Achilles? She could just tell us. And of course, we have the Plank and the Kismet.
See.
Well, would you like a tactical assessment now, Captain and Commander?
That would be most appreciated.
Please, sir.
Judging from the larger map, it's possible the Klingons have come across the Illudri technocracy. They were supposed to be in that area. So, if they've managed to annoy them in some way or form, it's highly possible that's why they've lost some ships. As for the issue near the dust machine, more than likely I agree it could be one of the breakaway fleets, and if that's the case, I would need to get down there and maybe help with some peacekeeping.
Under those circumstances, would you rather bring the Kismet along to get you out there? She has more firepower than the Plank.
True. Either of the ships would do, but I do have a meeting with the commander, so it's more of a two birds with one stone.
Also, I would suggest, sirs, that at least one ship stay behind. Without the Argo, we're dependent on on our own fighter complement, which we're fully operational, but station. It's always best for a station to have a garrisoned starship nearby, which I am definitely going to apply for a starship to be stationed here once the squadron dissolves. Running a station without a garrison ship has been done. I've seen it done. I don't like it because it means if things go sideways, we don't have backup. We just have runabouts and bombers, which that only handles so much.
Especially this far out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I intend to take the Plank and leave the Kismet in the orbit of the station. I'd rather have the more defensible ship here.
Anything else to report? She taps her chin. Other than that, there's nothing else of note that I need to bother the squadron with. There's some minor station problems, but I'm handling those fine.
Well, that's pretty much everything that I needed. If there's anything else, you know how to contact me.
Aye, sir.
And I'm going to be heading to the commander and to the Plank and making a flight plan to the Achilles. So I'll
Very
be
good.
off. And Pen will head out.
Okay. Brennan actually won't. Once Pend is gone, Brennan will turn to Commander Wright. Commander, there is one other matter.
Yes, sir.
It's looking like not only will the squadron be dissolving, it's looking like I'm not going to be around here much longer either.
You're retiring, sir? You seem a bit young.
No. In fact, it's just the opposite. I'm being offered a promotion.
Oh,
Quite
your promotion
young.
went through. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, sir. If you're being promoted, why aren't we? Wouldn't we be upgrading into a fleet?
Well, that's just it. I will be promoted to an admiralty position, but not here.
Oh. Know where they're sending you, sir?
In all likelihood, I'd be assuming command of the newly reacquired Narendra station.
No. I'm not sure whether to congratulate you or give my... Sir.
I mean, it is a station I can at least say I've been to before. In fact, in some ways, you could say he sits back in the chair. I'd be going back to where it all began. Maybe I'd be able to make some things right.
It's been a long road. I know what you're going to say, Arlen. I know what you're going to type.
That's his only play.
They've got one joke.
He's got one joke.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, very well, sir. Is there any special preparations you wish me to do?
Not right now. Just know that this is, well, likely the direction things are going in, and I will say, we're unsure what's going to happen with the Kismet, and as such, it's entirely possible that the Kismet might continue on as the garrison ship here at Deep Space Aracania, which...
That'd be strange, sir, with all due respect. I mean, it's a Luna class, a bit big for, I mean, we can support her, but that's a big ship to be garrisoning out here. Then again, we are next door to people who are perpetually at war with each other every other month.
Right. It's and not to mention Tallgrass is still a fairly large area.
True.
But as it stands, what's going to happen with the Kismet, it's a little bit up in the air. We have a pretty good idea where the Achilles and the Maxwell Planck are going to be going. It's looking like the Achilles is going to be redeployed for some pathfinding reconnaissance mission, boldly going in force, as it were.
Okay.
You know how Penda is.
I was going to say, it sounds downright Andorian.
Yep, that scans. Anyhow, the thing that remains to be seen is, well, once I'm promoted to Admiral and no longer on board the Kismet, the question then becomes, who will captain her? I haven't come to that decision yet. It's
With all due respect, sir, don't you dare put me up to captain that ship, please. It's enough that I'm the commander of one of the busiest starports in the Beta Quadrant.
Grennan gets a coy smile on his face. And he says, "I wouldn't think of it."
Sir, I am twice your size, and I could throw you twice as far. Please do not make me prove that, sir.
Grennan,
you might like
Grennan,
that.
meanwhile, is trying to unsend an email.
I need a pad real quick.
Send an email. No. Oh no. It's something that I have to take some time to consider anyway.
Aye, sir. If that is all, sir, I would like to return to my duties at Ops.
Of course. You understand. We had a lot to touch base on.
Aye, sir.
Let me know if you need anything or if you have any updates.
I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything, sir. Where does Grennan go from here? As he's left in the logistics strategic room.
Oh no. I just had a terrible thought. Brennan's going to try and go see Adler.
She's
Okay.
in a coma.
You head down to the sick bay.
This is gonna end bad.
See various people milling around and continuing work. You see all the beds that are empty. Eventually, one of the doctors comes by. Ah, fleet captain. How can I help you, sir?
Yes, I'm looking to visit a patient in here. Irene Adler?
Irene Adler. Second. Excuse me, Ensign. Oh, sorry, doctor. Let's see. Tap. Irene Adler. There she is. Looks like she discharged about a week ago aboard the SS Bondar.
Grennan's eye twitches. Alright, that'll be enough. As you were, and Grennan leaves.
The doctor kind of follows after you a little bit. Sir,
Yes?
You're having a slight like facial spasm. Do you need any help with that, or?
I'm fine, doctor.
Oh, very well, sir. Good day. Doctor retreats back into the medical bay. New scene. On that happy note.
God damn it!
Did your girlfriend just run away on you?
She does that a lot to him.
I don't know, because she's kind of dying. That might just be the cover, or maybe not. I don't know. I give up.
Pend, you come to the diplomatic suite where Myth was waiting for you. With a ton of screens open and showing different things.
Entirely gone now.
Yeah.
Commander, change of plans.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have to transfer all of this to the Maxwell Planck. We're to leave immediately to head to the Achilles.
Understood. I was under the impression that I might also be giving Dr. Efrick's transportation to assist with patients needing treatment in Woodra space.
I've got no confirmation of that. If you wish to look it up quickly.
Very well. She'll move over to the wall panel and
Myth's pad kind of beeps at her as the paperwork finally gets all the way up to her.
All right. Cool. He'll look at that while also kind of going over to the wall and trying to check if Efric still needs transportation.
I mean, if yes, we can just bring her along.
Okay.
Oops, dang it.
Dr. Efric aboard the Kismet?
Probably aboard the Bondar. Just a wild guess there.
It appears that Dr. Efric has secured other transportation. I
Oh,
guess.
very well. Then yeah.
I'll see if I can find any more specifics while I make ready to depart, sir.
Good. So we can continue this discussion aboard the Planck, but the situation has changed in the area surrounding the dust machine, so time is of the
Understood,
essence.
sir. I'll have this information transported to my conference room aboard the Maxwell Planck.
Understood. I'll head across now.
Very well. I believe I can have us ready to depart inside the hour.
Very good. And Pend will head off to the Planck.
And Myth is gonna go get on the comm badge and start getting the ship ready. You know.
Control command difficulty 2 is by command of blank, because you basically have to claw back all the people who are taking shore leave. Go, no, we're leaving.
Yeah.
Don't go too far. Come back.
Yeah. But yes, I can make this happen internally. God. All right. Augmented control. Starfleet protocols.
Yep, I'll take that.
All right.
How are we up to 18 threat?
He hasn't been spending much.
It wasn't me.
All right.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I'll give you a threat for a third die, sure. Why not? Hey. Hey. DSE comms command, I'm
One
assuming?
second.
Or is
The
that
plank.
plank comms command? Okay,
plank.
cool. I'll grab that then.
So does an augmented command give you an extra hit?
It does. So that means I have enough to quash the
Okay.
comp. I was just seeing if we generated anything.
At some point, Fleet Captain Grennan and Lieutenant Commander Varder, you mainly just to check in, see what the state of the situation is. You're both rapidly briefed, if not by right, but by one of the at least one of the other command functionaries to hand you a pad to kind of update you, because the station's racing to keep up with the plank as the plank's getting ready to deploy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Arlen, you're told, don't leave the ship. Ship's shipping. It's pushing off.
Oh. Okay. Can I make some rolls to assist in that preparation?
Sure, you could roll
Or
to assist
engineering.
with control plus engineering
Sure, I could do
Or-
such things.
or presence if that's better somehow.
It is not.
You surprised me.
It's a rare engineer that has better presence than control.
Yeah.
Heck, I don't even think I played one of those.
God,
I like presence spots.
I remember being a junior officer and having shit presence.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I'm about to create a character who he's gonna have not terrible presence, but like for the first
Not
time
great.
in 3 years, it's not gonna be my god stat.
Yeah. I started off with a presence of 7. Now I've got a 10.
So myth kind of grows on you after a few seasons.
Yeah.
It's like a barnacle.
Yeah.
Exactly. Becomes-
It's the very ugly barnacle.
Hey, barnacles are nice.
Well, hey
Freaking
now.
landlubber.
Wow.
You're a rock star.
Rude.
See, this is why I'm the favourite captain.
Where is it?
Calling your crew ugly barnacles. Wow.
yeah.
Oh. That's just
HR.
There you go.
Look, Mom, I'm helping.
Is it common for Myth to have her officers call her mom? Just asking.
No.
Okay, just wondering.
Can't say so.
Maxwell Plank, we show all your crew aboard, and we have your and we show reconfirming status of your ship. Stand by, please. Reading: no breaches, no power fluctuations. Shuttles are at full capacity. You are clear to leave on your conscience there, Captain.
Thank you, Space Arcania. Con,
And the
can I
docking
take us
clamps
out?
let go.
Con, take us out on your leisure.
What speed, sir?
I'll look over to Penn, who I'm assuming is joining me on the bridge.
I'd say maximum cruise or whatever you feel comfortable with.
You know our red line, Con. Don't push past there.
Stand by, sir. Calculating ETA. ETA, 53 minutes.
Very
Ready to
good.
engage on your order.
Engage.
Engage. And they look around. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Hold on.
Did you take the
And they wave
hand-
at someone who's like, someone leans at them like, "What are you doing?" And they wave at them like, "I got it, I got it."
Did you forget to take the handbrake off?
In essence, sir, yes.
You're a con officer. How can you forget to take the brake off?
I'm near a station, sir. I didn't want to accidentally hit the thing. Sir.
Engineering to bridge. Hey, why are
Come
you
on.
trying to activate the warp drive with the external deflector still on.
Hi, engineering. Could you deactivate? We're gonna hit cruise.
Okay, wondering if we're running a stress test.
No, engineering. We're not. Thank you.
Penn just looks at Myth with a bemused look on his face.
The
We
answer
do a
who
lot
had
of
his first
juggling
day
of
at.
systems on this ship, sir.
All right. Re-engaging warp. Realigning the nacelles because I blew them out.
Myth will kind of lean over to Penn.
Mm-hmm.
On a ship like this, it's good to do some things manually. It means we take a little bit longer to get somewhere, but
Engaging warp drive.
You do
the
realise
warp factor makes up for it.
I used to be a con officer. That's one of the first things you're supposed to learn.
And the ship is away. For the love and glory of the poor con officer who whiffed it. Meanwhile, on DSE, as you can see on the sensor grid, that the plank has left and is at high warp. Warp 9.9 repeating, basically just brushing against the 10 barrier. Ship is away. They're on course. Sirs, I might recommend that in an hour's time we should reconvene here. They may need our strategic support here from the station. If all goes well out there, we might not need to support them much, but if it turns into a shootout, I would rather Chief Intelligence and the squadron commander be present, since I can't. There's a lot of calls I just can't make.
Very good. We'll see it done. Right, Varder?
Yep. Are there any special calls I should be making? Right.
I'll be right back.
You may wish to check in with the captain.
Fleet captain or regular captain?
The other one.
Right.
The midnight
Nods.
Yeah. I was like,
3 options.
there's 3 of them. Yes, I can do that. 'Cause I'm a very special agent. Yay. And I will do that, I guess. We're in an appropriate place for me to do that, right?
You could step into like her ready room if
Yeah.
you just want to be out of sight.
I mean, it's not particularly problematic either way, but yeah, we'll do that.
You feel your mind reach out across the stars. Hello, Varder. You feel in your mind from Wolfgang.
Hello, Captain?
I assume you've been briefed on what happened before I left.
Yeah, something about a bomb on a Klingon ship.
Yeah, Cecile was thankfully not compromised, but she was one bat'leth swing away from death. And I know this complicates our relationship with the Klingons, but the Watch does not leave its own. I had to, first tenant after all, I had to save her.
Mhm.
So,
I'm back.
I would suggest, or what I'm intending to do, since I'm probably not going to be able to come back to the station for a while, I am going to leave the branch with a new manager to be overseen, either by yourself if you're still going to be there, or some other special agent that will assign. For now, I need the Klingons not to be looking our way much, and for them to not find us. The longer we also have on board, in case your fleet captain's wondering, we grabbed Adler on the way out because we weren't sure whether or not you were going to be back in time for her treatment. We're currently taking the both of them, because they're both very badly injured, to a hospital here in the Illuminated Worlds for I don't know how involved you want to be in this, Agent, but we are going to move them to a hospital. I won't specify where, so I don't put you in a difficult position. But the Argo is on our tail, so we do have some Starfleet support, possibly. But, yeah, it's gonna be fairly rough, I think, because if the Klingons start hunting us down, all we have is a head start on them. So I'm hoping the Argo can give us some backup, or because I really don't want to start a war between the Woohoo or the Klingons. So
It's Subguta, right?
yeah. Believe me, Cecile was not amused by my rescue efforts.
Oh, I'm sure. Were you aware that the head of the house knows about her being in the watch?
Yeah, she informed me that she was going to inform him, and makes sense. She's always been our greatest advocate in the Empire for progressive psionic rights and so on. So, and Klingons don't do very well with subterfuge.
No. They weren't immediately fond of me when I showed up to help them, but we did get past that when, you get in a fight together. I've got options.
I'm listening.
I can talk to the head of House of Gutta and see if I can come to an agreement with him to not hunt you down. But that would be as a watch member, not as a Starfleet member.
Right.
Other than that, it would be disinformation, and that wouldn't be a particularly amazing as a Starfleet officer.
No.
Let alone an intelligence officer. But he and I both have Calkit inside of us, which is something unique to say the least. And he knows that I was, while in the fight on the Dawn Machine, shielding his mind from everything going on there. He may be willing to listen to me. Even if it is temporarily putting off trying to kill you.
If you can make contact with him sooner rather than later, I would greatly appreciate that. I'm loath to make it an official dossier or operation because there's not really a threat at the moment, but we need to make nice. And the last thing we need is for the Klingon doors to shut on us, because Sagitta is a fairly big house. I didn't like ticking them off, but I wasn't going to lose a perfectly good agent over it either. So, if we can renegotiate it,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you can renegotiate a new, either another member embedded with them or some other ongoing trade deal, that would be ideal. If nothing else, get them to stop chasing Cecile. If they want to chase me, that's fine, but they wouldn't be the first power I've had to evade, but I don't want her in danger anymore. She did her job, so I'd rather she wasn't killed for it over some petty bit of honor, no matter what she says or they say.
Well, that would come down to her in the end. I can let Oda know that this was not her plan. That'll probably help a lot.
If he wants to have not a negotiation, that's a bad word to put. If he wants to have a sit down about this in a neutral area, I'm willing to talk to him. But I'm not going to an honor duel with him. I know I can defeat him, but just not in a way that the Klingons would appreciate. So I'd rather not get into that conversation.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. Get back to me when you can. I'll try to update you on. Have you heard from Dr. Efrix yet? I heard she was helping out Adler's case. I wanted to pass on the message to her discreetly where we're going.
Am I aware of her disappearance at present?
You look it up briefly, and then you find out she's already left.
She's presently not on DSC or the Kismet. She appears to have arranged transport through other means.
One moment.
which normally I would think would mean she's with you, but
Gain 1 momentum.
oh hey,
Oh, she's on the coast of Lana. She's in orbit of Shoshku 1 right now for some reason. She must have just boarded almost immediately. They seem to be getting ready for their jump to follow where we're going.
understood. I can pass that on so people here aren't worrying so much.
Yeah.
It was. Wow, how did I forget immediately? She is on his ship, right?
Which she?
Efrix.
Efrix is on this ship.
Yep. Oh, that. Okay, yeah.
Adler is on his ship.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got pinged with something, went to look at it, and it was like, that was the perfect thing to wipe my entire memory at the last minute. You know how that is, right? That's not just me.
Yeah.
I know how that goes.
The Roman
Okay,
whale teams.
I'm glad that's not just me.
Yeah.
I feel
Okay.
that.
I'll pass that on, let them know not to worry, and good luck.
To you as well. And his presence fades from your mind.
Steps out of the ready room to the other captain. I've got to talk to some Klingons. And Ifrix is aboard the Holana, the Cost Holana. I believe they should be departing soon. That's all legitimate. There's nothing to worry about there.
And with that, we'll go to a new scene. Whoops, I grabbed the wrong ones. Okay, so I'm going to note people that are able to contact in our situation. And Arlen is over here. I imagine Pend almost immediately heads over to the Achilles the minute you get in contact with them.
More than likely, yes.
Okay.
So, like, we have a medical outbreak on board. Don't come over.
So yeah, this is the current scans as it stands of the Quay system. The Achilles is able to tell you that this with various planetoids that they were already aware of. There is the battle cruiser Ja, which they don't know a ton about. Then by the time you got to them, they learned that the commander of the ship is one leader Iaflet. But beyond that, they don't know. They don't know what their intentions are because they're basically one star system away. So they're just seeing this at the very edge of their extreme range sensors. And normally there'd be there's usually a sensor buoy that's you usually don't bother marking on a map because one assumes, but it'd be somewhere out here. Which it's like a navigational hazard or security hazard, that sort of thing. When in a binary system, you also put it around even the other, or trinary, you put it around the other stars, just in case something's trying to sneak behind that star. But this one's gone. The only reason they can tell that there's anything out this way is because they're so big. Starships have a large energy signature if they're any larger than scale 2, and it's hard to hide that unless you have cloaking technology. But they don't know the details on the Achilles right now because, well, that's way beyond their range. All they can tell is there's a lot of heat coming from there, and it's not a star, and it's on a planet, so one can make a quick guess that's probably the starship.
and probably head off into the Quay system first, just to contact the Woohoo battleship.
So the Achilles is going to warp into the Quay system?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to eat 4 of your power.
What are your
Okay.
orders for the Maxwell Blank, Captain?
It would probably ask if you wanted to stay around the dust machine, but give you the option if you wish to come with.
Tactical situation, the Maxwell Plank will not be of too much assistance. However, if you need a sensor boat alongside, we'll be willing to assist for a while.
Yeah. So if you want to follow into the at least the Quay system, so you can offer some sensor assistance to the second part of the binary system.
Very well, sir. We'll shadow you in and keep eyes out for further information.
Understood. Yeah, stay at green for now. I'll have a chat with the Woohoo ship first before making any decisions.
Okay. Plank's warping into the system as well?
Yep.
Okay. If you have improved warp drives, this could be can peel some of this back, but you're going to lose 4 power here.
All right, so I'll roll 4 challenge dice then.
Lose 4 power.
Unless
Not
Arlen
on
would
my
like to do
watch.
Like
Sure.
Arlen's, this is an engines type thing.
It's an
roll
instant type thing. I will
Yeah.
roll 4 challenge dice.
Yeah, we only lose 1 power.
Oh, there it is. Whew, I thought I lost my map. So you gain 3. So you warp into the edge of the Quay system. Grin and Invari, you're basically being kept up to date because you're at Strategic Command back at DSE. So, and you can presume that your commander is keeping the station on watch, so you don't have to worry about what the station's doing for now.
Comms, open a channel with the Woohoo vessel.
Control plus engineering, difficulty 0. By com.
Yeah, I'll just do this with the crew task and the starship.
Oops, fudge muffins. I clicked the wrong thing.
So this is crew.
Channel open, sir.
I say, could I get the typed out the name of the vessel?
Oh, you don't. Sorry. There you go. And I'll put that a little bigger for you. There you go.
Woohoo battlecruiser Tsar. This is the USS Achilles and USS Maxwell Plank. We've come to investigate the loss of sensor readings in the secondary part of the binary system. Is there anything you can report?
I'm leader Yaflet of the battle cruisers. And on screen you see a stern-looking gentleman in a black uniform with various medallions of service and valor and such and such. You see the bridge looks actually more advanced than even the last ship you saw, and it looks somewhat Starfleet inspired in design and layout. But it's very obviously a woohoo vessel, like the uniforms and all that stuff given away. What is your concern with our star system Starfleet vessel?
Well, considering the Achilles has permission from the Pejal Star Authority to make sure no one approaches the dust machine, a sudden drop in sensor readings is a concern. I wish to...
Presence command difficulty 3 to get him to cooperate.
Yeah, one of those. Definitely don't want to lose a set of eyes when I'm supposed to be doing something outside of Federation space. Negotiation, strategy and tactics, team dynamics.
Negotiations.
Commanding presence. As a trait.
I'll take it. Yeah. Even though you're of similar rank, they respect that you have a commanding order about you. So. Because leader is essentially the same as a captain. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna roll 1 challenge dice and spend 2 momentum. You get the threat.
Very well, USS Achilles. My mission currently is to maintain a defensive posture over Quay Prime. We have some strategic assets on the planet that we don't wish compromise, but I would like to know what is in the secondary star. We're not sure what it is that's out there, but it's just held position there for the last little while, and we're not sure what exactly. And I'm spending threat. Stand by.
Yep.
They suddenly warp into the Quay system.
Sure, you can totally be on the. You're the chief engineer. You can choose to be in the engineering room because there's a bridge station just for the engineer for exactly things like this. Grennan and Varder, you've lost contact with the Plank and the Achilles. There seems to be heavy subspace.
Damn.
Same with the EU Achilles. You're talking with the jaw, and all you just see static, and the screen goes blank.
Damn, is that on our side or theirs?
That's interference, sir. Something's blocking our signal. We'd have to reestablish through the fog. We're in combat rounds now because that was someone's hostile action.
Can I take a turn to identify the source of the interference?
You could.
Unless someone else has a better idea.
If you're taking a turn, I'd also say maybe your minor action raise our shields.
Or at least yellow alert.
Yeah, minor action, yellow alert, and then I want to find out where that interference is coming from.
Reason plus engineering. Difficulty 5, assisted by sensors.
Maxwell Planck has advanced sensors, so that brings it down to 4. Would this would the talent I know my ship apply here?
No,
Since we
there's
identified
nothing.
the source.
There's nothing wrong with your ship.
Okay.
It's an external threat.
Thought I would ask.
Yep.
Definitely technical insight as a focus.
Yeah.
Let's do. I have to do 6 total. 2 momentum for or threat.
I mean, if I could have directed you, I would have, but communication is a giant.
Yeah.
Technically, I could direct, but all right.
Let's do.
Well, that's a hit. Do you have a reroll?
I have a couple rerolls. I have ideas.
All right.
Sensor Zinji.
Good roll.
Sure. Let's use Bornero War Core.
Oh, to try to squash. Nope.
Yep. All right. So I'm gonna be re-rolling that bad. And now I'm quashing with if momentum am I generated.
Rough luck.
So we still
Oof.
gain 1.
Yeah.
Wow, double 20s.
Come on, you. Sorry, just fixing something. Okay. And that is success. Do. It's coming from one of the ships near the secondary star.
Classification.
Whatever it is, it's a starship that's greater than scale 3. Because that's a lot of power they're dumping out into subspace. They're just flooding subspace radio with static on all channels. They're also deafening themselves by doing that.
Captain, seems like we have an active jamming signal coming from unknown ships around the secondary star. And they're putting a lot of effort into keeping us as deaf and mum.
Understood, Lieutenant. We may get a field test of your system after all.
Will the turn progress to the enemy, or will you keep, or will you swift?
You don't have any quick to action anymore. I'm not there.
Do we want to
Technically,
keep the...
I disagree.
Actually,
Technically? Oh, am I here? Technically?
You're technically here. You're at strategic command, so you could quick to action.
There you go.
Yep.
I mean, we also have
I'm
Tachibana
not-
who has quick to action.
You'd have to activate him.
Yeah, but if Varder's already here, then you've got that. Did you cut through the jamming, did you?
He found where the jamming's coming from.
You can't
I
find
found
where
where
it is,
the
so we
jamming's coming
can't
from.
technically do
Could I-
anything yet.
You'd have to cut. You'd have to spend an action trying to cut through it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want me to do that, or do you want to focus on just getting over there and
What's the
Or-
difficulty of that task first?
Oh,
Yeah,
it's probably gonna be
take a
diff
look at it.
5.
Probably.
It's diff five. If you still
here,
task
let's-
diff 6.
Let's
Just-
keep then with the
Quick to action.
quick action, and then I'll direct you to do it.
Okay.
Wait, are we keeping for free?
Yes.
Quick action?
Quick action.
May I use 2 of that momentum to gain an advantage on cutting through the interference by saying I've analyzed some of their frequencies that they're jamming and are starting to work on a counter frequency.
Right. I like it.
You know, at least starting to get ahead of cutting through the interference.
Yeah, so I'll direct you with that.
To make sure I'm giving you the right numbers. Control plus NG. 5 assisted by presume. Yep. Comms plus NG. Now diff 4 because of the advantage created.
GM, can I make an argument for presence engineering for this direct? So I'm very competent in engineering as well.
Yeah, sure.
Now I'm trying to think of a value I can throw at this. When in doubt, duct tape. I'm trying to fix the communication issue very quickly. And it might not be the cleanest, but it'll be functional.
If anything, I'd let you challenge that. Because really, there's nothing broken on your ship. You're just trying to fine tune your instruments so you could find any band of subspace that people can hear you through.
With luck and practice, there are no limits.
That one I'll take.
All right.
This is my first time doing a binary star system map.
I liked it.
I like it. That works pretty well. All right, so I'm gonna have to do.
Ooh, I didn't zoom all the way. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Eh?
Four threat, one momentum for the rest of it. Emergency repairs or tinkering is focus.
I'll take tinkering.
Could you get me this after the game? I will use this.
I'll walk you through how I made it. It's not pre-fabbed. I had to fiddle with it.
I see how you made it.
Yeah. It is rough,
Alright.
but it works.
I think I'm loaded. Loaded up. Let's do. Extra threat.
And an extra
One
momentum.
threat, one momentum.
So that's 7, 9.
That's 2 more.
I need the ship.
Communications NG.
9, that's 10. We gain 6.
All right.
For 2 momentum, you'll be able to reconnect the communication network between the squadron.
Do it.
Go for it.
So it won't be just because with that roll you would have made sure the plank can talk to people, but with this you're like no, because of how this is actually a squadron benefit that you're activating, where they have a tight comms network between each other, so you just kind of reestablish that connection.
Communications back up, Captain.
Get an inverter. You have contact back with the squadron as it comes over one of your shared comms channels for the squadron.
Yeah, probably via the command network on the Kismet.
Yeah.
That's what the command feature is for.
Nope, there we are. We're back.
Turn goes back to them unless a swift task is being done by a myth.
We already did.
No,
No.
Didn't
I'm
swift
not
task with myth.
Oh, we
We
didn't.
didn't swift test.
we kept the initiative.
No, that was a direct.
I am not taking any further actions.
Okay, thought I'd ask.
Yeah. No, it's the barrage of explanations.
What the hell is happening over there?
Your engineer is being a badass. That's what's going on over here.
Yeah. We've got communications back up. You know. You should
Knowing's
know
half
what's
the
going on
battle.
over
The
here.
other half is letting other people know what you know.
No, the other half is phasers.
I'm good at those too.
Oh. Fancy.
Oops. Oh wait, I'm doing this backwards. Hey, all of you, come back.
Okay, I guess.
There. So you get to do Because I'm using a mix of fleet engagement plus your actual like turns, so I have to. It still bounces back to you once they're done. One of them does a fleet action. Okay. This ship had moved at flank speed, and then it began to slow down like it's reestablishing its defensive posture. Turn goes back to the friendlies.
I mean, is it safe to assume that the message of one of those 4 vessels are jamming us?
I mean, we have sensor link backup.
Yeah, so like I said,
And
it's,
that's our squadron. You would have that information due to our squadron advantage, I think.
okay.
That's the standing thing.
Then definitely minor action, yellow alert.
Yellow alert, aye.
Con, take us into a defensive posture just at the connection of the binary stars.
Ping the square you're the zone you mean. It's right there. That will be a warp action. Going 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. You're gonna
Okay.
burn through 7 power.
Yep.
Would you like to swift action or keep the initiative?
I'd like to keep the initiative.
Okay.
And either direct or get my engineer to generate power.
Generate power action for your vessel. Looking at a daring or control plus engineering difficulty 2. Well, it doesn't matter because it's a ship action, duh. But diff 2 task. Ship does not assist with this.
Could you post that in roll 20? So it's like just the attributes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so I'll have penned direct Vesh to generate power.
Okay, if someone wants to roll for Vesh.
that
I suppose
eating-
I could.
Is that eating a player turn?
That is eating. Penn's probably worked over there with the ship turn to be generous, and Penn's using his direct to talk to get a support character to activate.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, luckily she has a little more power, so she can spend momentum, like 1 momentum for 1 power.
Okay. In that case, I think she's just gonna roll flat.
We should probably try and generate some bonus to try and, you know, refill the energy.
Okay.
Actually, this ship's currently sitting at 4 of its power of its max 15. It's burned through a lot.
Yeah, but she's rolling cautious engineering, so
You
Yeah.
can spend one and two, maybe.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm also assisting with a direct, so.
Yeah, let's do
Now-
1 and 2. 1
And actually, since the doctor's back, I believe she can
Oh, yeah.
control Vesh, so she has a support character in the scene.
Hmm.
If you do not mind, Doctor.
Yep, Doctor, you can go.
Rolling my girl?
Yeah.
Like a girl. I'll note that the Achilles currently is sitting at 4 power of its max 50, warping a lot.
So they're thinking rolling 4 dice probably makes sense.
You could probably cook eggs on those nacelles right now.
So give 2 threat as well.
What's the call, Doc?
Sorry, I'm trying to get caught up on what I'm doing. Okay, control engineering.
Yes.
Or daring.
Spending for cautious and giving 2 threat to the GM. Is that what's happening?
Yep, that was my
Yeah.
idea, but you could totally
Okay.
countermand that because it's not my character.
And then. Sorry, I was like away. So, what am I actually rolling to do?
Right now, what's happened is the Achilles has warped into a scene that turned into a fight fairly quickly. The problem is that the scene, he basically went from one warp jump into yet another one. So he went from 15 power down to 4. He warped
Okay.
to kind of put himself in between the enemy and this friendly system. Right now, they're hoping that you'll claw back some power because you are well below your halfway point in power reserves.
Okay.
Regenerate.
How about a focus in power systems?
Yes.
Okay.
Seems
That was mainly what I was asking about. Okay.
Want to get full context there, so you're like, I don't want to do that. Actually, that's a bad idea. Like, I don't know.
No, I trusted you guys. I was just like, what am I actually?
Wait, what am I doing?
Wow, you
Yeah.
trust these people? God, I don't.
Yeah.
That's what you get for sitting on that side of the table.
I mean, I don't know that Vesh does, but I do.
And your goal is, if you succeed, you're going to additional momentum spend. You'll generate an additional power.
Okay.
So at least one power is being generated, no matter what we do.
Should I fish?
Yeah, hard fish.
Fish.
Fishy, fishy, fishy.
Yum fish.
Until they're fixed to fish.
Hey.
So I'll turn mine into a crit, and I'll spend my Medal of Honor to create 2 more bonus momentum for this roll.
Okay. Does Gerbil have a special like power generation talent? I heard someone mentioning it.
A little more power.
Yeah.
Whenever you
I agree.
succeed at an engineering task aboard your own ship, you may spend 1 momentum to regain 1 power.
Oh,
So it basically turns any engineering task into a
power
Extra
generation.
power, yeah.
power generation task.
So-
It doesn't
okay.
help on power generation.
It's still a good talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how much extra power do you wish to dump in? I will note you can go above. It's just that at the end of a scene, it resets back to its max.
So I just need to calculate how much we've actually made off that first.
You made 1, so you're at 5 right now. Oh, you're thinking
how
how
much
momentum.
momentum we
Yeah, in total momentum. So it's 4 more, so that's 8. That's 10. We gained 8 momentum off that roll.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to calculate.
It just
Just juice it. Just juice the bar.
could just go back to full, honestly.
What, just spend all of it to go back? I don't think we need to spend all of
No,
it.
you'd spend all but one of it to go back to full. There's 11 momentum on the board, and then
Oh,
they
five
could spend
would
five,
take
that's
us to
fine,
9.
Right.
Spend 1 more to take us up to 10.
Wouldn't 5 take you to 10?
No, we're at 4. Oh, no,
no,
five,
we,
according to
you
my number.
regain 1.
You
Yeah,
gain
yeah,
1
yeah.
just for hitting
Right.
a roll.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
fuck it, we'll just spend a 5.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we just jumped up 6 power and filled up the momentum.
Yeah.
fine, you know, I guess. Sure.
But
Turtle's like,
so-
oh, this coupling came loose.
Turn goes to the enemy at this point.
How dare they?
How dare they go?
Same as before. It looks like these two ships are staying in formation. Turn goes back to the friendlies.
This is in who space? Woohoo space?
Yep.
Let me. Varder might be able to do a thing and pull an identity on these guys. I have woohoo favors. I don't know if that would give me access to, you know, pulling some strings and be like, just let us know so we can help you properly.
Uh,
Woohoo leader, Stelas.
so the base difficulty for now is Reason Con Diff 5, assisted by Computers Con. So you're gonna call in a favor, the
Yep.
woohoo to see if so that will bring down the diff down by 1 because you have like up to date tactical data that the woohoo know. Do you have any other favors or abilities you wish to activate?
I've got Starfleet favors and Quaqua favors, and I don't think if a Quaqua favor might apply here. I don't know.
Qualquar, this is their region of space. They might know who these people are.
I've
wanna
got
br-
Star Officer. I think that's Star Captain Steimer now, actually.
Steimer?
Isn't it?
Yeah, Steimer
Yep.
could be of help here.
Is it Captain Steimer now?
It would be, yeah, because her
Yeah.
her superior went up 1, so she goes up 1.
Oh, yeah, that's a diff 2. That is far more doable for a con roll for me. Reason con.
Diff 2. Diff 3, man.
Chain of command doesn't really apply here because they are
No.
outside of my chain of command. Lead by example, pulling people in to identify these.
Yep, like you're not waiting for the captain pen to ask you,
Yep.
you're just looking it up.
It's like, I'm an intelligence officer that's not directly there. Let me do a thing.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll give you 2 momentum and a threat. Just to be, yeah. There we go.
Plus the DSE's Computers Con.
DSE is somewhere as a sheet.
yeah,
Yeah,
up with the rest of the ships.
I found it. Nope. You were one off helping me, DSE.
Disappointing.
I made it.
Unfortunate.
Oh. Okay.
Where's the thing? Damn it.
Somewhere.
There it is.
I'm helpful.
He's probably tapping away, sending messages off, getting things back. It's like, those are Quaqua. Like Nebclass carrier. Electronic warfare upgrades. And, what is this? Oh. Gravimetric torpedo loadouts. Gravitic, sorry, not gravimetric.
Oh, sorry. And
Oh, Jesus Christ, that is a ship disabling weapon. That is
Hmm.
what you'd use when you want to capture someone. Um,
Do you wish to learn any other information about this class of vessel? Oh, and actually, I'll add one more bit to the name because that would be given the source.
It would be the Awoxo fleet.
A Wuxo variant.
yep. I was about to be like, if I called in Steimer, could I double check on allegiance? And it's like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. 'Cause this isn't Cooley standard.
These are a Wuxo variant, correct, Captain Pend. This is a bit far away from their space, isn't it?
No,
Nope.
they're literally just south of this.
Okay. I don't remember the map perfectly. I
Yeah.
thought they were further on the south side of the Quaqua.
No, I only remember due to the stupid run that I did.
Alright.
And I can show you. They're like here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So, a weird play for them to make while in a war for their independence to go after the Woohoo, but we don't know every bit of information here.
Maybe they're
Actually,
trying to
does
capture the battle cruiser.
yeah? I was actually also going to say, can I spend one for the Woohoo have a reason that they believe? It might not be the genuine cause, but what the Woohoo believe the Quaqua are here for, or what the Woohoo are ready to tell me the Quaqua are here for.
For
Not the
one
Quaqua, the
momentum, I'll let you obtain information on the back of that.
Yeah, sure.
Do-do-do-do.
Because this seems like a weird strategic play at the moment.
I mean,
Weird flex, but okay.
it's kind of one way you could look at it is this: if they take this system, they're literally right next to the dust machine.
Yep, that is actually one of the proposed options. Is it to run for the Dawn Machine? So right on the money
that's-
there.
That's the non-evil variant.
The non-evil variant. It could be out that they're just trying to capture the battle cruiser, the new Woohoo ship. Experimental design, give themselves an edge over everyone else from the Quaqua.
Yeah.
Or it could be both. That'd be a weird, see how far they can get. But that's what I can get you guys.
Grennan for free. Insight Command difficulty 2 as you're given that as you overhear that report.
Okay. Insight command. Nice. Insight. Spending a momentum, no focus, no comp range.
Oops. I clicked on the wrong thing entirely. I was about to call you over Discord. I
generated the momentum back. Pen, proceed with extreme caution. We're veering dangerously close into interfering with their affairs. We'd be looking at a prime directive violation.
You may wish to walk that back, Captain.
Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry. Prime directive does not apply. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed.
To apply fire at will.
I thought. Yes, I will walk that back. I apologize. I missed the word "not."
Yeah.
Because this is entirely a defensive action by us and the Woohoo right now.
Yep.
Yes. Take care. We are in a position where we could escalate conflict. We do not want to do that. Do what you can to de-escalate the situation as best as possible.
Understood. I will de-escalate so they return to their own systems.
Keeping or swifting there, Varder. That roll is just grinning, just reflexively doing a quick command decision, going, wait, there's a problem here. It's like, I'll let you know about that problem. Maybe your character knows. All right, well, I did what I could.
I don't know what I could reasonably achieve with a swift task from here?
You could prepare an assist for one of the two ships for a task.
True. Yeah. No, I can do that. Yeah. And on that note, actually, I won't spend momentum we've got. I'll throw in that is the barter sheet. Yeah. Batleth gain 2 momentum on a successful task, and yeah, use that to swift task with.
Actually, since you've identified the ships, I can now get rid of the question marks because you know what class of vessel they are.
Yep.
There.
Which ship are you readying yourself to assist?
The plank, not the plank. The Achilles seems like the more appropriate one for Varder to assist.
Roger. The enemy goes. If I can click on them, that'd be nice. Thank you. The ship moves up. Turn goes back to you.
I just love how they're purposely waiting for someone to warp into the system to unload holy hell into them.
Be warned, if you engage with these ships, you'll be engaging in fleet combat because they have all their fighters deployed.
Oh yeah, I figured that much, but like they're setting up a defensive position for anyone who warps in to shoot the shit out of them.
They come at us. No, go ahead, take a shot at us.
Yeah.
You want to go, bro?
See, I've got an idea for an action, but I can't go till next round.
Yeah, all you have is your ship's NPC actions for scale. That leaves it with Grennan, Vesh, or either the Plank's NPC crew or the Achilles NPC crew. I will note Battlecruiser Jean is not moving away from. They are very much just sitting there and ready to go, but they're not leaving.
That's fair.
They have deployed their fighters, though.
So that's an aggressive action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is their star system. Weird energy signatures are coming by, and someone is jamming their comms, and they're not talking to you because they're currently jammed.
Is it?
Can we try to with the Maxwell Planck crew action, extend the communications breakthrough to reinitiate contact with Battlecruiser?
Yep. Well, you can talk to them. You just can't talk back. Is their problem. But you could spend a crew action and make it so they can talk back.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Okay. This is Battlecruiser Jean. We require you to relay a distress call toward the rest of the illuminated worlds. Given the current fleet strength right now, we are currently in a forlorn defense position. Even if you're unable or unwilling to assist us, please pass on our distress call. Message repeats. And apparently they've been blasting that across every frequency, trying to get through. You just happen to catch their automated signal.
So I'll respond to Battlecruiser. This is the Maxwell Planck to the Battlecruiser Jean. We are relaying your distress signal to Ludra Space. We've broken through local jamming as well.
As a note, now that you are passing, for each 4 momentum, another battlecruiser can start warping in.
Oh, okay, cool.
Basically, you're calling in the reinforcements, and they're like, "Oh, holy crap! We'll get their relay," because they're not that far away.
Yeah,
they just don't know what's happening yet.
Cool. Do we want to spend for that?
I'd hold off on it just until next round.
All right.
Question is, can we do this next round?
Are you keeping or I imagine Swifting, there's no real good reason to do that, but are you keeping the initiative?
I mean, what the keeps would be Grennan, Vesh, and the Achilles ship?
or the plank because it still has the rest of its scale worth of NPC.
Oh yeah.
I don't see any reason to. If anyone has something you feel pressed to do, go for it.
Do you want to move the plank into position, or are you still want to hang back?
This is our position.
Good point.
This is us in position.
Is it is it possible via either ship to open communications with any of the Awaxo ships?
You could. You have channels. They likely.
We could try.
But- It would basically be the same thing you did for the cruiser. Is either is burning a crew action to burn through to hear through. Alternatively, Gerbil could use an action on a difficulty 2 to create the advantage, and that would you could possibly claw some momentum out of it.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's just an idea for next
And
round.
if it's an engineering roll, I can
Yeah.
just produce a
An extra
power
power.
for fun.
But yeah, it's more of a trying to set something up for next round when I can actually talk to them.
So
I
you
would
want to
also
do
say,
that,
though,
Fish?
Yeah, never mind.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can do that. I don't think I have anything for, unless it's engineering protocols.
I'll take it.
Okay. Control engineering. Spend one for cautious.
Roger. Oh, well, I can't control that. Whoops. That's your pool.
Yes.
We're fancy.
Generate 1 momentum. Would you like to spend any momentum toward power generation? Oh, you gain an additional 1. Never mind.
Might as well spend one just to get an extra power.
I think it does already, right?
You have to spend for it to fire, but the thing is, you have the option to create power
Yeah.
as long as it's an engineering task.
Yeah. Got it.
Question is, how much power?
Probably just one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, if this actually does turn it into a conflict, more than likely torpedoes are going to be fired. So, not much of an energy issue at that stage.
Turn goes to them. They have formed up into a larger squadron. Wait, that's not the math. Hold on. Oh, well, you're not shooting at them yet, but they're bigger now.
Is it like scale 5 plus scale 5 plus the, 12 in fighters? So that's 24 plus 10. So what's
6 for the
was it
ships.
6? Was it 6? So it's
6 by 3, so 18 per Lagnib. And then 18 times 2 for this larger one. So 20, 37,
something
No.
like that.
36. Turn goes back to you guys.
So I think it's just Krenin and ship rolls.
Yep.
Grennan could rally potentially. Gets more momentum again.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds like my best bet right now. As he just, sort of peers over the tactical readout and it figures optimal movement. Just hold steady, prepare to move on Penn's mark. Team dynamics is a focus.
Yep.
Spending momentum for the reroll. Yup. 3 momentum.
4.
Oh, yeah, 4. Right. Because it doesn't even have a difficulty.
I mean, it does have a difficulty. The difficulty is just 0.
I don't think we need to.
You don't. Yeah, that's a joke because they've all used their fleet engagement actions, so it falls into your NPC ship actions.
Anything we want to do?
I mean-
clearly launch a torpedo from one system to the other. Clearly.
Good. The Achilles probably could make it happen.
What's I mean, what is the range between the 2 stars?
Well, these
I mean,
are
this is a binary. Yeah, this is a binary system, but these are the binary system where the.
Okay, before you get into the science of it, this is narrative. So I'll save you the. This is one range band. We can run Traveler instead. We can wrap this up and run Travel. That will calculate all of that.
No, thanks. I'm good.
It's the
But no,
Achilles
these-
we're talking about having something go? Or what are we talking about having something go from?
We have scales worth of crew actions still to do for both ships, basically.
Isn't dumping torpedoes to make an impromptu minefield a thing?
It's also an act of war, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't actually intend to fire torpedoes unless they actually come here. If they come here and start being aggressive, then I will unload holy hell upon them.
Yeah. I think just
What about a warning shot?
a lot of bracing rolls, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe bracing. I think Maxwell Plank will spend 1 roll to move over to a prime, I think.
And this ship is just fine. It's not damaged. It's just prepared.
It's just prepared.
Waiting
It's just
position.
sitting there waiting.
Yeah. So I'm gonna move up to, join them in that defensive posture because
Help
I
them.
trust that Pend can take care of himself.
Help them break the jamming themselves.
You
We
can.
already did.
Oh, they've already got the jamming. They can break through the jamming themselves now as well.
Well, clarification, Jam, is that true?
Yep.
I thought it was, but yeah.
Okay.
They're
Yeah,
they're linked. They're linked through your network now because you basically linked them in with you.
Okay.
So you spend 1 action of the plank to maneuver next to the Jha. And its little buzzing fighters. Still 2 more for the plank and 4 more for the Achilles.
If this enters into fleet combat, giving ourselves resistance won't really do anything. I don't know, I guess taking a defensive posture,
Okay.
basically.
Give me a difficulty. It would be control plus 30 or 2 if someone wants to roll it, plus engines and con or security.
We'll do
As
2.
you're kind of bracing yourself for attack. Actually, there's a thing. It's called evasive action. What am I doing? That's exactly what we're talking about. Sorry,
Yep.
disregard blast.
Yep.
Daring
I mean,
con difficulty 2 assisted by structure con.
Structure.
That's why I had to check. I was like, oh wait, I think it's a different assist.
Mhm.
And it uses 1 power. That's the other part of it.
I'll roll 2 for the crew task roll here. They have focus. And then the ship assist. Damn.
Yeah, just pay to squash it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Any other action by the plank?
That's our scale worth.
You're scale 4, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we are. I thought we were taking this another action for some reason. regenerate power.
Diff 2.
Um, nope.
Okay. That's it for the plank for the Achilles.
Would Varda have passed along tactical info for those ships?
Yes. That's what he's here for. What he got, you have.
True, but it's like specifically their weaponry type, so we can modulate shields.
He would know they're a Woxo standard or a Woxo variant, so and he had the Quaqua stuff.
You
Don't
can
know
try
if
to
he's-
modulate shields again. Brace yourself for it.
Modulate
You definitely know
shield.
they have Gravisic weaponry,
Yeah.
so if you want to modulate for that.
I don't know how you modulate shields against gravitic weaponry.
I'll probably just
Um,
get the ship crew to do it.
They'll probably be setting up shielded layers to absorb it.
I'll just roll the 2 for crew dice. And the ship was structure engineering. It's so weird having a ship with 11 structure.
This thing's meant to take a car.
I'll just squash it.
Uses 1 power. You gain +1 resistance. You can spend extra momentum for each additional momentum that extra resistance you have until breached.
No, should be fine. We're currently at, that would take us currently to a 9 resistance.
This should be a.
Well,
flight
that doesn't seem extensive.
All right. What is the third action of the Achilles, if any?
Just I'll say, do we need to?
You don't need to. You can just choose the pass.
Yeah, sure. I'm just going to choose to pass the remaining, 3 actions.
Yeah. As everyone waits and waits and waits. And the scene ends.
Oh.
As we go to check in with the doctor.
Well, I was going to be diplomatic, but never mind.
I was muted when I came up with the phrase "pasta the turn." I just felt the need
What?
to reshare
No, not that song.
that.
What the? I was like, that is the
Quaqua,
wrong
formal
music
dinner.
for a Bajoran ship. Thank you very much.
Well, it's now a
Virtue
Quaqua
invited to
ship.
dinner.
Ah, just kidding, Doctor. You're kidnapped by Quaqua on a Bajoran ship that was also owned by the Midnight Watch. Shut up, it makes sense.
I
So
mean,
many layers deep.
I was gonna say, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean,
Oh, thank you.
weirder things.
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe not weirder, but on par things have happened.
exactly.
So as war is nearly being engaged yet again, Doctor, you were trying to find. You're probably looking at try to get her to the Woohoo systems, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's when you got contacted. Almost the minute you were walking off, you're contacted by Jessica Solari, a
Mhm.
Midnight Watch member, who said that she knows what your patient has been picked up by the Bondar, and Wolfgang's already taking her toward the system. But she knows that as her attending doctor, you'd probably want to follow. So she's willing to warp along and chase after him if you want.
Yeah, can I verify that my patient is no longer on DSE first?
Sure. Reason
Not
plus
that I
medicine.
don't trust her, it's just things have been weird.
It is wise of you to be wary of much. It's not a bad idea.
Oh, not even
Yeah.
just the watch. It was just like, I've been arrested twice in the last,
Fair
I
enough.
don't know. Like, I don't know, maybe somebody came and picked her up and arrested her, even though she's in a crowd tube.
At least you won't escape. Nah.
Yeah. Theoretically. Blah, 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 blah. Reason med com. Theoretically, I'm good at this. But let's spend for cautious anyway. Oh, I guess I didn't ask. For I think all of those are still hits. I didn't try to see if I had any focuses.
Lose 10,000 experience points.
Okay.
Like whatever D&D game you're playing, just find a sheet, minus it. Totally fair.
Minus 10,000 GM points.
Hey, wait a minute. I'd have to say no for your focuses.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I think they all still hit. That last one might not be a crit, though.
Yeah, that's a 4.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 total. 3 momentum generated. Yep, you verified that she was checked out by Wolfgang as her. There's a phrase for it, but basically he has the authority to look after her medical needs.
Her POA, yeah.
Yep. Power of attorney. There we go. Thank you.
Sorry, I work in medical billing, so now I know.
But yeah, no. Yeah, you verify that that happened a week before the Bondar left.
Okay.
Like, on the day the Bondar left, I should say.
Then yes, I would agree. Yeah, they basically told me I had to show up or it was going to be harder.
We're going to stop by Shosku Prime for a little bit just to top off some of our coolant liquid. She shrugs. Water. So we'll be underway shortly. Do you have any questions or concerns before we get underway?
I don't believe so.
All right. You are, of course, welcome to come to the bridge at your leisure. You're a Starfleet officer, so we'll trust that you know where to stand and where not to stand. And if you have any input, willing to listen, you are free to use one of the cabin number 2 Alpha if you wish to rest, or if you want, you can go to our med bay. It's not fancy. This is a Bajoran freighter that's retrofitted to be a fighter and then degraded back to a civil freighter. She shakes her head. This ship's had a complicated history, but we do have a med bay, well, a surgery bay. Think Klingon-like, but less alcohol.
Mm. I think I might take you up on the bunk. I need to see if I can contact my not informant, my contact. Contact my contact.
Certainly. And she turns to to continue commanding the bridge of various Midnight Watch members who are in casual dress, but they're all wearing the badge openly because they're on their ship. So what do they care?
Yeah. I mean, I don't care.
What you're saying is it's not the interstellar area.
It is interstellar, just not that particular timeline. Yeah. But yeah, you're able to find your bunk fairly easily. They're all labeled. You've probably seen a Bajoran ship or two during the war, so you've maybe not served on one for any length of time, but you've seen them.
I mean, I've been to Bajor, so yeah.
You probably caught a ride on one of these things. What's fun? But yeah, you find your cabin. There's a little computer, bed, little prayer wheel, because well, all the rooms have one. And then various text pads that seem to be left by the previous occupant regarding psionics.
Okay, I am curious about those, but first. You said it had been radio silence from Sai, so I'm gonna try to use my personal pad to see if I can get in contact with him.
And apologies, Doctor. 2,
Uh-oh.
3.
What?
Controllables engineering difficulty 3. It was diff 0. If I spent
Oh, okay. I was like, oh god.
Sorry, Doctor, we're going to kill you now.
the iPad eats you. Okay.
And you are assisted by your squadron's rep. Because your name may carry enough weight to get you in contact and not be bounced around in the bureaucracy.
Okay.
No, don't shoot them.
Engineering. I have the trait Woohoo Medical Liaison.
That will decrease the diff bonus.
Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that's gonna help me with engineering.
A doctor's not good at engineering. Underpowered
I
character
mean, I
much.
got a 2. It could be worse.
Trying to tank your character, see how it is.
I mean, you're a doctor, not a comms
Look,
engineer.
deliberate RP
I mean, I
choice,
could
okay?
I could spin for that. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah. I'm a doctor, not a communications officer.
Fair enough. That's a determination burn, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which that allows me to use medicine, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Oops.
You might want to try that again.
I was trying to do veteran.
I'll take the first roll.
Why is
I
it saying
mean-
7?
Ah!
1.
Yeah.
That seems right. Okay. Do I have to spend 2 momentum for cautious or just 1?
A 2 because you have a determined. Oh wait, no, because you didn't buy a die. So yeah, it just 1 for the first die.
Okie doke.
And
And then it-
what's your rep Hefrix? Is it 4 or 5?
5.
So we're on a 15.
Extra hit. This is Dr. D. Sip here. I believe you're trying to communicate with one of our members, Dr. Efrix.
Sorry, you cut out.
This is Dr. Sieper of the Illuminated Medical Society. I believe you're trying to contact one of our members.
Yes, this is Lieutenant Commander Dr. Efrix of the USS Kismet, trying to get in contact with Dr. Sai.
Dr. Sai is currently on assignment to a mission of mercy with the Quaqua at the moment, but I've been directed to assist you in whatever matters you may need. Is there something in particular you require of our society?
Do I believe him?
Yeah, with the role, this is the closest you're gonna get.
Okay. I was like, is this some political machinations?
It's the woohoo.
Everything is.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, but it's the kind it's probably this person made sure somebody that like it wasn't the director of the entire society. It's like no, it's another
Yeah.
doctor in the same building. It's like, hey, doctor, could you cover my call? So a friend of mine's gonna call. Like, oh, and and then when you think about it, it's like they probably didn't answer your call right away because they were probably busy with other doctor stuff. It's like, sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't think to
No,
call you.
that's-
I was waiting.
Yeah, no, that was fine. It just was more like, am I being directed to somebody that's gonna be openly like
Hostile.
xenophobic? Yeah. Yes, he and I were communicating about getting aid for a patient of mine.
Do you have the patient's file?
Do
I could review it and see which medical facility would be best suited for them.
Weren't you told that before?
yeah, but then she was taken.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I left that information with anybody else. There was 2 places he recommended, and there was one that was better, correct?
Yep.
Or one that was going to be easier to get approval for. Because she's a war criminal.
Yeah, basically one place, as I recall, it's been a bit for me as well. One of
Yeah.
them was the temple, which is a lot more
Mhm.
unofficial, but they still have healing arts there, as opposed to the major medical facility. And that's where Sai works.
Yeah.
But as a medical person, she also works at the temple because they require doctors for the illumination.
Yeah. Dr. Sai actually recommended that we contact get in contact with the medical services of the temple.
Oh, that's. Is your patient a human base or woo base?
She's human. She's human, right? It's been a while. Yes, she's human.
Oh, all right. I suppose my fellow doctor was seeking healing through illumination. It's unorthodox, but
That's what it was. One was she was gonna have to be illuminated. The other was like a more medical approach, right?
Yep.
So I didn't want to take her to be illuminated because she couldn't consent to that. If I remember right. Because there was an ethics thing there, and the only person that could answer it was Wartburg, and he wasn't somewhere I could contact him, I believe.
Oh,
because
he now
he was
has Adler.
He now has her.
Yeah.
It becomes a little complicated because her power of attorney currently is escorting her, and I'm not quite sure what his plan of action is.
Would you be able to contact this agent?
Should be able to.
What I'll do, I'll set aside the next, I don't know, couple hours or so, or have my secretary keep an eye out for your comm, and you just get back to me, and I'll try to arrange what I can.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Deceiper? Is that how you say it?
Deceiper's fine. They wave like it's a joke among the woohoo that.
Well, they don't even talk out loud, right? Most of the time.
Yeah. That's why their names are hard to say. They could just think them.
Yeah. Right. Thank you very much for your help. I'll be in contact as soon as I can. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. And their face vanishes.
Alrighty. So I guess I need to contact Wartburg.
For 2 momentum, you can get in contact with them fairly quickly. Or you can roll a diff 2 task.
My other thought was to just go ask Solari if she could get in contact with him.
That's basically what the 2 would be. It's like, hey, could you get him? Talk to him for me? It's like,
or tell him to call me.
Yeah. Okay, could you get him to call me back? Yeah, sure, we can do that. We all have ways to talk to him. We're all wearing that system. And rarity of rarities, you actually get a face appearing on your screen since he normally doesn't talk over subspace. Dr. Efrix?
Hello again.
Hello. Sorry about grabbing your patient, but my situation escalated rather quick.
So what is your plan for Miss Adler?
My intention was to take her to the temple and have her eliminated. Did Varda get back to you yet?
Was he supposed to?
Yes.
No, no.
Did we talk?
Nope.
No.
There's
No,
a battle
he's not.
situation going on, so he's like, I would love to, but I've got my attention distracted.
Seems like Soshku is a very busy place all.
Isn't it always?
So, my intention was to take her to the temple. I did ask Varda to pass on to you, but I'll just tell you now. I did want you to come along because you are her attending, and you're more intimate with her medical scenario than anyone else here. I've done what I can to understand her situation, but I'd appreciate your medical expertise. I'd rather not give away my exact location at the moment because I have a Starfleet vessel and very angry Klingons, one of which wishes to arrest me, the other wishes to kill me, and everyone aboard. So I'm going to meet you at the... well, you know where the temple is, so I can meet you there. But if you think I should go somewhere else, I can arrange for her to move somewhere else. Like I could have her
Well, I
dropped
was going
off
to
through
discuss
some
with you
contacts.
what you thought the best course of action was before I could get in contact with you. My plan was to appeal to the medical society on Wudra. There's an ethical quandary there, but you're her POA, so if that's what you think is best.
I do appreciate the medical advances that they have at their society. My only problem is that it might become, if I need to remove her through direct action, I'd rather not be taking on doctors. I'd rather be taking on psychics. At least that way they can defend themselves and heal themselves if we needed to grab her. If it's in a hospital, we might endanger civilians and non-combatant personnel. They'll have security there, which make it less dangerous, but we endanger other people. Temples tend to have officials for that sort of thing, and they probably wouldn't be expecting us to smash and grab a patient who was illuminated. But medically, it would be better the other way, but I'm thinking of it from an intelligence point of view. if I'm being perfectly
Right.
honest.
Well, regardless, you are in a position to make decisions for her. So, if that is what is viewed as best, then that's what we'll do. I'll get in contact with my contact and let him know that that's where we are headed.
Very good. I will see you at Illumination.
Meet you there. Try not to piss off anybody else.
If I got good at that, I would not be still wearing a black uniform.
Also, does it happen to be a Klingon with a crystal in his heart? Or a crystal for a heart?
Yes. Funny you should mention that.
Ah.
Yeah. I think I'm destined to
He
always
really,
anger
he really
Klingons.
shouldn't be getting angry. He should calm down.
I hear he has a new surgeon. That's any comfort.
All right, we'll meet you there.
He nods and his face vanishes.
I'll let Solari know that that's where he was intending to go. She may already know that, but
You're just confirming that you want to go there.
yeah.
As opposed to let me off, I'm done. I'm going to rise and screw this.
I mean, do you also let the doctor know?
Yeah, I'm gonna call him next.
Yep. See,
Call back.
Doctor, that was quick.
Yeah, he was surprisingly able to communicate. So the intention is to take her to the temple for elimination.
Okay. That worries me.
She kind of cocks her head.
How many attending physicians are going to be there that aren't of the Illuminated Worlds?
I believe just me.
All right. So you are familiar from your file. You look like you're familiar with the psionic medical sciences as well as.
You cut off.
I was just confirming that you were familiar with psionic medical sciences.
Obviously not as familiar as someone who studied specifically for them, but yes, I have had some experience. More so in the last year and a half or so.
What's this director of Calket Crystal Research? It's not translating.
The Kishoan are a race of crystalline entities that are psychic. And I was heading the medical side of research and contact with them.
Oh. You see them type. Okay. It is rare that an alien knows more about a psionic species than we do. So that's...
Oh, buddy.
Oh, buddy.
To be fair to you, they are wholly on the other side of the galaxy.
I guess the rumors of of your federation expansive and vast are not exaggerations. All right then. I'll make sure there's a slot, and I'll have a slot set up for an illumination session. If I can, I'll try to attend myself. I can't guarantee I'll be there. But yeah, I'll have one set up for your patient.
Okay, GM.
Yep.
Do I need to inform this person that she is a person of interest?
You don't have to. Like medically
what is-
speaking, legally or ethically, you might want to say something.
Yeah, I'm like, what is protocol here? Because I told Sai, but
Insight plus command or con. Difficulty of 2. This is a somewhat difficult question.
okay. I don't think I can swing doctor's orders for this one. I don't remember. I love it when I write down things and then don't tell myself what they mean. Okay, never mind. That's for making an advantage. Okay. I don't think I have anything that qualifies. I don't even think any of my determinations would if I had it. Okay. Spend a momentum to roll a third die. Well, I got it.
You get the feeling you start realizing why Warp was being a little wary about being able to rescue her or extract her, because if she's noted as a person of interest in the Illuminated Worlds, they'll allow her to be medically treated, and then the security forces will promptly arrest her right after.
I mean, yeah, that was the original plan, which is why I told Sai.
So you could tell this person in the same line of thing will happen, but you also know that you get the feeling, for what Warburg told you, he'll probably try to frustrate their efforts.
And the fewer people that are there to get hurt might be the better. Oh, this could get me in trouble with that. Okay. Is there a way that I can send him her file, but with like the name redacted?
You could, yeah.
So that they have that, because I feel like they need her medical file for treatment.
I'd call that control medicine difficulty 3 to kind of.
Okay.
Because you're also taking out any other overly identifying markers, but just enough that you still have medical clarity. Like, oh, can we know our dental records? That is not relevant to the illness. I'm not telling you. Can we have our fingerprints? That is not relevant to the medical issue. I'm not telling you. Maybe this is just how the Federation does it. This is normal.
I was gonna say, I was like, it's too bad it's not some like further away from human alien race where it's like all humans look the same. Ah, dang it. I don't think I have anything. Nope. Okay. Spend 1 for cautious. Hit it.
Yep, you're able to send the information, and in such a way that the doctor kind of they take the information. They thank you very much for the data.
Yeah, it has like patient, female, human, age, weight, height.
Yeah. The pertinent biometrics and nothing else. Very well, Doctor. Do you need any medical gear presented for your work, or are you bringing your own kit?
Yeah, I assume I have my med kit, but beyond that,
You'd have your standard issue
Um,
on you.
yeah, as attending, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not going to be performing the procedure, so. I'm trying to remember what happened when I went there. I don't think anything that I can bring to the table is going to help.
Think of it similar to how you had to do the pad linking thing. It's that, but a little more mystical.
Yeah.
Same issues. If they screw this up, the person's neural net will.
Yeah, I don't think we didn't have anything to negate that.
A volunteer that
Issue.
acted as a fuse box.
Yeah. But there's going to be other psionics there to begin with. It's not
Yeah,
going to be the same issue.
It shouldn't be.
I don't believe so.
Very well, Doctor. Looking forward to working with you. This should be an illuminating experience.
Agreed.
And their face
Dang.
vanishes.
Looking forward to not being a patient. Okay. I am going to dive into these psionic texts that were left to see if any of them are useful.
As you can get on your reading and the Castellan races toward Wudra, we return to the Quay system. New scene. Friendlies acted last, so the enemy acts first. One. Two. One of the cruisers is just flying by you. And it keeps going. Doesn't even stop for the Achilles. Turn goes to the friendlies. There's a cruiser with an entire deployed squadron of fighters in orbit of the Quay main star.
Oh, they're making a play.
And I think you wanted to go first.
Yeah. This does slightly change what I was going to do, but not to a ridiculous degree.
Remove Aluxo.
GM.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to open communications with all 4 major Awuxi vessels.
Yep, channel open.
Awuxi carriers, please leave the area. Any further hostile actions will result in defensive maneuvers from the Federation and the Woohoo fleets. I repeat, if you do not leave and cease hostile actions, we will be forced to defend ourselves. This is Captain Pend of the USS Achilles.
Do you allow the turn to pass back to them for or do you take other actions while they're getting ready to respond back?
I was thinking of maybe trying to scare the living shit out of them.
When they respond back, it'll depend on might be a scare roll, a negotiate roll, or there's no negotiation, you're just shooting. Or they could just walk away. It depends. But you're moving quick. You guys have you could like swift task or keep the initiative, so you're kind of other people doing stuff while you're waiting. So we don't know if there's a role yet, unless you're 100% bluffing, in which point that's a different thing.
Well, it's not necessarily bluffing. It's more of a case of I'm trying to let them know the person and the ship who disabled a majority of their fleet single-handedly is informing you to please leave and go away before I do it again.
Yeah, that will not be automatic. There's going to be a response.
That's honey, I'm back.
Well, I was expecting a roll, but unless someone else wants to quit to earn, we'd have to pay to keep again, wouldn't we?
Yeah, it's a new round.
So yeah, unless someone else wants to keep hold.
I'm good.
Yeah, let's see what they do.
Would it be considered or overly aggressive if we get a sensor lock, a sensor scan on the offending ship?
Scanning's fine. It's the equivalent in a fight of staring someone down. It's not friendly, but it's not hostile.
It does back up Pen's words.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking like, okay, well, of backing up his words by getting a scan for weakness lock on the offending ship, saying, "Hey, we have you in our sights, and we're ready to fire if you mess up."
To be fair, I'm sure this poor bastard just drew the short straw. You're the first one in. Good luck.
I mean, if you want to go for that kind of aggression, or if you just want to wait and see how they respond.
I'd say sensor lock could be good. If someone, Darter can't do that. He's it's a bit far away.
What's the roll for sensor lock? Or for
Your face. If the
I mean, I've tried rolling my face.
I mean, just let me smash my face into my desk, please.
There's the roll there. A to
fails.
Z in one go. Oh, they're right next to each other. Never mind. Easy.
7's not a valid number, so I'm not. That's a failed roll.
How did you go down then up without hitting A again?
I have no idea.
Talent.
Like,
so you wish to do a look for weakness roll. So
It's usually diff 3
1,
plus
2.
plus distance.
It's 1 + 1 per range beyond close. So 1, 2, 3. Diff 3. Control plus science. Assisted by sensor security.
All right. I think
this does not use power.
have that be a plank crew roll, honestly. Because sensors is going to drop that to a diff 2.
Oh, but we'd have to pay 2 GM to keep to do this.
Yep. So you are keeping.
Might as well.
Okay.
All right. Spend 1 threat for a 3rd die. And rolling 3. That's 1 hit and a comp. So here's the Starship Assist. What's her security? Okay, that's a hit with a comp standing. No way to quash.
2 threat generated. Sensor lock established on the.
All right. Then I guess it's passed from there.
A little bigger. Wrong one.
Hmm.
It doesn't make the name go any bigger. This is Star Admiral Rue of the Owuxo carrier fleet. Starfleet vessels, we have no quarrel with you. Leave the area.
Did they just try to counter or man our leave the area order?
yes.
Did they just take our we don't want to
They
fight
have-
you order and just say no you.
Yes.
No, you ordered them to leave. They're ordering you to leave.
Yeah, exactly. It says they just went no you.
Star Admiral.
Also, that's Quaqua Admiral still?
Yeah, it's a Quaqua Admiral.
Yeah, it's a civil
Huh.
war.
Because the Wuxo are supported by the Quaqua fleets. This succession war is being led by the Quaqua Star Admirals. They don't recognize that are rebelling against the current government. It's complicated for the Quaqua right now, and they're
Yeah. And
For some
that's
reason, I
why
thought
the
that some of their vassal states were also kind of rebelling.
yeah. So at this point, Panda, I imagine you're not withdrawing, so it would turn into an opposed role.
Yeah, would it help if during this little brief communication, I go to Red Alert and raise all weapons?
You would have had to do that on your turn. This is their response.
Well, I didn't know what was happening with the response.
Yeah. Well, that's why there was a second of, are they going to answer us or what? And then, the other ship's doing something. Okay. So are they calling us? Oh, there they are. Like there was a beat of waiting for them to say something. It's like,
Yeah, I'll do an opposed roll.
buying all the dice because of course I am.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those. Star Admiral, I've decimated your fleet once. Don't make me do it again.
All right.
Would you?
Do not try to steal the pizza.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't turn off my headset.
Sure.
But you have such good pizza.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I was stopping a cat.
So you're rolling full dice, correct?
Yes.
Now let's go through the things. Traits. Would you allow Old Salt? This is not my first time dealing with a hostile situation.
Let me check their sheet 1 second.
To see if I'm got a canceling trait.
Yeah.
Or would it be better to say, this isn't the first time someone's had a staring contest. I'm not going to blink first.
That comes down to if their trait applies in the same direction. You can apply multiple traits. That's why facing off with named major characters like this matters, because.
Well, yeah, I'm just going through one at a time just to make sure.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there it is. Can I not find this person? Where are they? I feel very silly right now because I cannot find a very simple. Because what I do is I usually don't make up the base them off of characters that are in the books and then adjust as needed. And I'm having a hard time finding the person I'm looking for. Because I forgot how to use books apparently. Okay, this isn't working.
It's like an analog pad.
There we go. God, it took way too long. Oh, I was looking on the wrong part of the book. That's why. Rage. Okay, so you said Old Salt.
Yeah.
That would help here. Yep.
Would you allow Commanding Presence?
No. You cancel each other out there.
Would you allow Threatening?
Since you did threaten them, yes.
I mean, I'm going to get dinged for it. But.
Oh, yeah, you are, but.
But avoiding conflict would also cancel that out, so. If it works.
Because this Star Emerald was pulled into the talk, I gained 2 threat because they're menacing.
Congratulations.
That's why I was checking. I was like, because like it's like they're an NPC. They have a scary thing, don't they? It's like, oh wait, that doesn't cancel your trait. That just gives me extra threat. That's different.
Would you accept my palm leaf of the Woohoo Peace mission to trying to prevent violence?
Yeah.
Would you allow my palm leaf of the Quack Quack to reduce difficulty because I'm trying to prevent violence?
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I'm just going through my stuff now just to make sure. So I'm basically rocking, what was it 3 or 4 hits? Did you take Old Salt?
Yep.
You did.
Yep.
So yeah, I've got 4 hits already.
That's disgusting, Pend.
I know, right? Would you allow negotiation or strategy and tactics?
No.
How about survival for theirs?
No. Intimidation, threatening, saber rattling.
BDE.
No, I don't think I've got a focus for this then. It was worth
I
a
think
go.
I think BDE counts more as a trait.
My total is this plus this. My focus range is this. That. Okay. I'm set to roll.
I would like to spend my determination.
To what value?
Mission directive. I am trying to prevent war in the area.
I disallow. You're engaging in a conflict. Your mission was to defend the.
Okay. I'll go for a different value then. Would you like... Sometimes I need to play the right notes?
Yeah.
And I'll give you 2 threat.
Okay.
So I've technically got 6 hits already, and I'm rolling 3 dice. So that's 7, and I've got a reroll.
Alright. Before I worry about my values, how many rerolls? Did I just have the 1? I have the 1. Okay, so I'll reroll that 19. That helped.
So I guess we know who's blinking first.
Well, I have a value spend. I'm just trying to see what his.
Yeah, because I'm currently at 7, and I have a reroll. I'm just not pulling it out yet.
Oh, okay, that's what I was checking. I have +1 hit due to a ability. That just makes it 5. That's not enough. Could I possibly make this? I'd have to reroll in the whiffs and that I definitely have to reroll the 20. Because thanks reroll, that helped me with nothing. Alright. 1, 2, 3. My first duty is to the glory of the Quack. So they're trying not to look bad. Because they do have, by the numbers, they have superior numbers. She shouldn't be backing off, but she might if she doesn't do this.
To be fair, they had superior numbers last time this happened.
But you didn't sit there and fight them as a thing. You're not having a trade-off. Last time you were running around and kiting them, not defending a point. She should fight you, but she's not seeing that right now. Reroll the 20, obviously. Might as well reroll all of them because I need multiple 2s. Yep, that's the best move. Dice. Just focus. 4, 5, 6 plus the 1, 7. I'm still short, aren't I?
No, we're technically tied, but I've got a reroll.
Ooh. There you go.
So this is my reroll.
There you go.
Oh, that's insult to injury right there.
And that's just a straight nat 1.
And roll for me 6 challenge dice, please. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We fall out of combat as the 2 officers stare each other in the face, both levying their threats. She gestures to somebody off screen. And the ships begin to turn and withdraw.
It's a wise decision you've made, Star Admiral. I hope I don't have to come back here and have this same conversation.
Understand, Starfleet. This will be construed an act of war. I will see you again. I'll make sure of it.
Looking forward.
And her ship comes about, and all her ships warp out of the system.
Was that a yeah, we'll take you seriously when you have the authority to do that?
Oh, this is gonna be a USS Achilles game problem, isn't it?
Maybe.
Oh no.
You are getting a hail from the battlecruiser Ja.
Put it on the screen.
Leader Yeflet appears on screen. Well, it's not often you get to see a quad retreat into the stars. Willingly, anyway. Thank you for your assistance, Starfleet.
No problem.
Given our newfound common enemy, I would recommend that we deploy some battlecruisers machine. You may have been able to scare off that Star Admiral, but they're probably going to retreat with more numbers, and they're probably not going to hail first.
True. It may be more wise to place more ships here, as this system is between theirs and the Dawn machine.
I will pass it up to my relevant superiors. My understanding is your ship is Navy as a whole, or should I speak with an admiral of yours, or are you the commander of your? Are you the leader of your squad?
I am the leader of my ship, but if you wish to talk to my superior officer, that would be Fleet Captain Harmon Grennan at Deep Space Ericania.
Grennan, Fleet Captain, Deep Space Ericania. Gestures at somebody and hands them something. All right, I'll have my senator speak with your fleet captain.
Understood. Hopefully this will give you a bit of time to prepare some defences for what comes next.
Very good. Battlecruiser Ja out, and the fighters reboard the Ja because they don't have to be deployed anymore.
Achilles to Maxwell Planck.
Planck here, Captain.
Seems we were lucky enough to avoid conflict today, but I doubt we're going to be lucky in the future. I'm going to have to take the Achilles back to the Dawn machine, I would ask for you to inform the fleet captain that we are probably going to be engaged with the Awuxo fleet sometime soon.
Very well, sir.
But for now, good luck with whatever you try to do. I'll unfortunately be out here waiting for a fight.
Understood, Captain.
Achilles out.
On set, course back for DSE.
Aye, Captain. Coming about, course DSE.
Yeah.
The Achilles pilot says, Captain, your orders?
Take us back into orbit of the Dawn machine. We will finish our mission there. Then we'll see if we're attacked. If not, we'll turn back to DSE.
Acknowledged, sir. Coming about, setting course for Dusk. I believe you mean, sir?
Some people are calling it Dusk Dawn. Take us to the big fucking station.
Aye, sir.
Goes all the way to DSE.
No, the dust machine's a lot bigger than DSE.
Yeah, it is.
Meanwhile, and in the strategic control room, Wright kind of steps away from what she's doing. She was overhearing it, but attending to that matters. But she could hear what was going on, and she kind of looks at the two of you. Are we at war with the Awuxo now?
I think technically no, because that's not an official body with their whole civil war going on. I am sure this is one of those weird gray areas of things.
Ah.
Unless I'm terribly mistaken, but I don't think I am in this case.
Fleet captain, should we prepare for invasion? I would recommend it, given that we've
Yeah, as much as I wish we didn't have to, it might be for the best.
Aye, sir. She walks off to begin organizing the station for.
Damn. Just when we thought everything was going to stay settled.
Oh, you thought that?
And that is the end of the episode.
All right.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Wow.
This is fine.
Fine.
I've done
Everything's
partly
there
what
for
I
the
should have
fun.
done